Tradoon. Tradoon. Hello.
Without a doubt, you came here today to learn about
The most extraordinary group of animals that have ever appeared on this planet. The dinosaurs. But today,
in contrast to those magnificent beasts, the creature we will be examining is admittedly less impressive, even puny in stature, at less than 2 meters tall. It is a paleontologist. Normally, it is elusive, but now, using the latest in streaming technology,
we can see for ourselves. Shall we?
Hello there, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing.
feeding almost entirely on plants, it has no sharp claws or fearsome teeth.
There you go.
Being so preoccupied with the study of ancient life, the fossil scientist seems to exist only to dig up, examine, and discuss fossils.
It's the same dinosaur.
Although many of his kind are shy and reclusive, Arzier has learned to communicate over vast distances, broadcasting his strange sounds far and wide.
Ankylosaurus and Triceratops, Tyrannosaurus Rex. It is indeed true in human face bone, birds are dinosaurs.
His bizarre display is fascinating to watch.
Now this next
Creatures like this are quite rare, requiring very specific conditions to survive.
Buddy, thanks for the hydrate. Welcome to Paleontologizing. Pretty cool, right?
So that it does not die out like the fossil organisms which it studies, we must work to protect this rare and curious creature from extinction.
Well, hello, everybody, and welcome back to Paleontologizing. It is wonderful to have you here. Happy Thursday. Happy Thursday BIRDSday. And, hope you're ready for a fun stream. A little bit later on, we're going to be joining a Scientists on Stream panel. Me and some other scientists are going to be discussing the state of science outreach here on Twitch, and also doing a Science Secret Santa gift exchange too, which is going to be a lot of fun. So I hope you're as excited for that as I am. If anybody's here for the very first time, allow me to introduce myself real quick. My name is Danny Anduza, and I'm a dinosaur paleontologist. You hopefully know already that a paleontologist is the sort of scientist who studies fossils. That's what I do. I work on dinosaur fossils in particular. Dinosaurs are what I study, what I publish on in the scientific literature, what I talk about at scientific conferences, and what I dig up during the summers. This past summer, we were out in Wyoming and Utah, digging up dinosaurs and collecting data out in the field, live on stream. And I'm really looking forward to doing that again this coming year. Maybe even earlier than the summertime, we'll have to see. But yeah, I'm pretty excited. Anyway, on this channel, we talk about fossils. We go over some of the latest fossil discoveries, like we did yesterday, with that brand new prosauropod dinosaur from China that we were talking about. We do a ton of Q&A, so if you happen to have any questions at all, not just about dinosaurs, but maybe about topics slightly outside of my wheelhouse. Topics about broader concepts in paleontology, the history of life on Earth, the very nature of science itself. If you've got questions, I'll do my very best to answer them for you. So, anyway, welcome to Paleontologizing. Good to see everybody. Today on stream, we'll be doing some fossil Q&A. We might be going over some fossil news. Our life-size Tyrannosaurus lower jaw is still printing. The distal end of it right now, or almost the distal end. But we'll be assembling more of that lower jaw today, live on stream. I've got a bunch of pieces all finished, and I even managed to sand them and get them ready before the start of today's stream. It's been a busy day, but a productive one. So we'll get into that. Hey, sweetie pie, how are you doing? This is one of my landlords visiting us. If you're new here, We have a lot of cat encounters on this stream. There's 3 cats who live in this house, and 2 of them really love to show up on stream. The 3rd one can be a little bit elusive. But here's Sweetie Pie right here. She probably likes hanging out on stream the most. Huh, Sweetie Pie? Yeah. Yeah. But yeah, anywho. Let's see who's here in the chat. Oh, Spirit, who is new today. Spirit321092935 says, I love to watch people dig up dinosaurs. It's so cool. I want to do it someday, but I never brought myself to it. It's possible. Yeah, where there's a will, there's a way. There's lots of different paleontological crews who are in need of volunteers. So, yeah. It's definitely doable. Sweetie Pie, do you like the camera? You prefer it right there? Oh. Just a 1-cat camera crew here. Oh, Sweetie Pie. Yeah. Anywho, but yeah, where there's a will, there's a lawyer standing in the way. And sometimes there's a Tyrannosaurus to eat that lawyer while he's sitting on the toilet. If Jurassic Park taught us anything, it's that. And Dyson Dinosaur.
The creature we will be examining is a paleontologist.
Holy cow, Dyson Dinosaur, thank you so much for the raid. How are ya? Welcome, welcome, Filippo. And Raiders. I really appreciate that raid. Thank you, thank you. If anybody's not yet following Dyson Dinosaur, if you like dinosaurs, if you like science, if you like tabletop games, go give Dyson Dinosaur a follow. So Dyson Dinosaur, Filippo Bertozzo is a...
All those questions will be answered.
And Sassy Shanzi, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Thank you, Ms. Yvette, for the 180 bits.
Science Summit is fun and cool, doesn't go wrong. All my TwitchCon friends on one stream for Paleo Science.
There you go, Ms. Yvette. Thank you for the 180 bits. I think it's going to be fun no matter how it goes. And Mr. Egypticus, is that a Spinosaur reference right there? Mr. Egypticus, welcome to Paleontologizing. Yeah, this is Sweetie Pie right here. She's just gonna continue to stare me down until I give her some treats. This is a shakedown. She's like, it's a nice stream you got there. It'd be a shame if, somebody put some cat hair into your computer tower there. Huh, Sweetie Pie? Anywho, Filippo Bertozzo, who just raided in, is a dinosaur paleontologist. He also streams here on Twitch, usually in Italian, but on the weekends in English. And you should go give him a follow, because I am not the only dinosaur paleontologist on Twitch. There's Filippo too, so we really had to do a collaboration at some point. Got to figure that out for the new year. I feel like I'm halfway there after setting up stuff for the science panel today, figuring out this whole stream together. Stream together? Stream? What do they call it now? Anyway, that new Twitch functionality that makes collaborating super easy. Yeah, treats or you get the claws. There you go, Helvetica scenario. Yes. This time I need to run to catch my night flight. Oh, good luck with that, Dyson Dinosaur. Holy cow. Yeah, you go get that flight. My last one in English before holiday break. Very nice. I hope you have an excellent holiday break, Filippo. Thank you again for bringing your viewers here. Welcome to Paleontologizing, everybody. Yeah. Do something together for New Year? My New Year's might or... Oh, Sweetie Pie. Yeah, let's do something soon. I don't know if New Year's Eve or New Year's Day will work out, but let's do it soon. Yeah.
If the situation called for still more protection, he simply grew spears.
And Mr. Egypticus, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. I actually work on Spinosaurids. I've got a paper I need to get submitted pretty soon about the feeding ecology of Spinosauridae, comparing them to modern piscivorous tetrapods, making some cool inferences about them, trying to falsify some old ideas about fish catching behavior. Oh yeah, Oh, during 2025. Yes, Dyson Dinosaur. Let's do that. Absolutely. Yeah. Oh, so much extra fur here. Holy cow. I'm gonna see if I can keep you at an even weight here, sweetie pie. I wish I had some, like, balancing scales. It's like, put the hair on one side and the treats on the other, and we could try and maintain a a consistent weight for sweetie pie. There we go. Look at all that fur. My goodness, look at that. Yeah. What a majestic pose, says Zyph. She knows that she's beautiful. You do. Sometimes you could be a goofball, but sometimes you can be a bit of a prima donna too. And that's fine by me. The mitosis of the fur. There you go, Reiko, yeah. Yeah. She definitely produces a lot of it. And if I can get it at this stage before it gets airborne, or before it coats every surface here in my office, then that's ideal. So that's why we've got to be a little bit more diligent about this, huh, sweetie pie? Yeah. Anyway, in just a few minutes, we'll start assembling that Tyrannosaurus lower jaw. Man, is that thing big. Even I'm impressed. It's going to be a truly large skull. And given that we're printing it life-size, I've got my work cut out for me. It's a lot right there. I think we can get a little bit more. Do some more over here. Where are you going? You're not going to run off, are you? You haven't had your treats yet. You haven't had your treats yet, sweetie pie. Oh, don't eat that. That's not for eating. No. Let's go throw this away. Yeah, let's get you some treats. There we go. Yeah, look at this. Look at all those. Beautiful. Good stuff. Excellent. Yeah. Miss Vet wants to know when the science panel is. Let me double check here. Let's see. I know I put it on my calendar. I would have put the correct time, right? 4 p.m. So that is in 2 hours and 15 minutes. So yeah, it will be soon. And stream is glitching. I'm sorry to hear that, Summer Days. Yeah, well, thanks for being here, though. 10 amazing facts you did not know about T-Rex. There you go, Tone Rebellion, yeah. Charlie's Dragon says, today's paleontologizing discovery. T-Rexes were big. Yeah. Tyrannosaurus is well, when they're fully adult, they're pretty large. Yeah. And, yeah, that's the one that we'll be assembling. That's the one that I'm currently printing right now. You can see this printer right here. You can see those teeth coming up. This is the top of the left dentary there. With some of those teeth. But yeah, it's not a small critter. This is the Maximus specimen. So-called because it is big, but they were trying to really emphasize that for when they sold it. It was a commercial specimen, unfortunately, and it sold for much less than they thought it would, but I'm going to be 3D printing this same thing for far, far less money than $6.1 million. $6.1 million. The commodification of our science, you know? But anyway, I'm not printing this for myself, and not even just for you, chat, but for the Children's Natural History Museum of Fremont, California. I'll find you a quick video. This is a very small, kind of homegrown museum. Very, very small. Homemade exhibits. But they do have some very cool fossils. Children's Natural History Museum, Fremont. There we go. There we go. This is from Channel 7 News in the San Francisco Bay Area. This is from the fossil exhibit there.
Do you see the hooves? Yes.
The Children's Natural History Museum in Fremont is a place to see.
It's a squid. Yeah, that's totally a squid.
And touch.
So they recently got a grant to be able to build some new exhibits. And I'm helping to build some of those exhibits. I'm very, very excited about this.
You can see the things, the animals that lived here a million years ago, 100,000 years ago.
And this one goes right here.
There you go.
Fossils, animals, minerals, astronomy, and more.
We're loving it. The kids are having a lot of fun. It's nice to be able to come here and touch.
There's their old dinosaur room in there. I'm helping design a new one, which I'm very excited about. So here, I'll give you a link to this video right here. And yeah, there you go. But that's why I'm producing this life-size Tyrannosaurus skull. It's not really going to fit here in my living space or my workspace, so I'm eager to get it down there to Fremont and put it up on display. So yeah. And Spirit says people are saying that T-Rex aren't hunters; they are more of scavengers. Is that true? I think Tyrannosaurus almost certainly did both. The thing that you got to understand about dinosaurs like T-Rex is that they're almost more than one dinosaur. What does that mean, more than one dinosaur? Let me show you. So, like all dinosaurs, Tyrannosaurus hatched from an egg. Pretty small egg. Smaller than like a soccer ball, we think. Or football if you're from outside the US. So they start off really small, and then their full adult size is gigantic. About the size of a bus, you know?
Ontogeny.
13 meters long or thereabouts. About 40 feet. And so at different stages of growth, Tyrannosaurus would be doing different things. When it was young, maybe like, you know, kind of teenaged, it would have been a fast, active, probably like pursuit predator. Super long legs on this guy. Would have been a real speed demon. These guys were almost certainly like pursuit hunters, you know? But then they go through this enormous growth spurt, and then not only do they get longer and taller, but they get much bulkier too. And so I wouldn't be shocked if the majority of calories consumed by an adult Tyrannosaurus were through scavenging. But that's probably not going to be the case for little guys like this. Littler guys. This is still bigger than any terrestrial predator that we have running around today. But yeah. So yeah. Just figured I'd ask because I didn't really know. And it's a great question, Spirit, yeah. My old boss, Jack Horner, was a proponent of the idea that Tyrannosaurus was a scavenger. And, it'd be great to bring him on for an interview at some point. I think that would be really cool. Yeah. Let's see. Oh, I think that's not the right one. Let me find this for you real quick. Can't
afford to waste time taking years to excavate specimens.
Oh boy. This is about commercial paleontology. Hang on. This is not the right one either. I'm looking for... what was it, like Valley of the T-Rex? That was a documentary that featured a whole bunch of Tyrannosaurus specimens being excavated. Here, if I just search Valley. Thank you, Sentinel Tito. I appreciate that. Darn. I don't know if it's in here. There we go.
For over 100 years, we've lived with the image. A 6-ton death machine called Tyrannosaurus Rex. But today, the real nature of this beast is at the
These are some of my old crewmates. There's Bob Harmon right there.
In the Badlands of Montana, a maverick paleontologist
There's my old boss.
Trail of a mystery.
Come with me. We'll go back down to the Cretaceous.
Oh, that'd be a great alert. I had to snag that.
Jack Horner is determined to crack open the secrets of a monster, even if that means turning the world of T-Rex inside out.
Is it? Hang on, was that Liz right there? There's Jack.
Even if that means turning the world of T-Rex inside.
Yeah. There is a young Liz Friedman, now Liz Friedman Fowler. She married my old crew chief, Denver Fowler. This might have been one of her first summers in the field, but now she's got her PhD. She's an expert on duck-billed dinosaurs and helps run the Badlands Dinosaur Museum.
Dinosaur man.
Lady L Alien, thank you for the 2 months of support right there. I appreciate that very, very much. Yeah. Anyway, there's Liz there. And, find that picture of me and Liz in Denver at SVP, back at the beginning of November. Denver had cold or a flu at the time, so he's wearing a face mask, just so he doesn't get anybody else sick at the conference. But there's me in front of my Twitch poster at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting at the beginning of November. Yeah, there's Liz right there. Anyhow. Thank you, Lady Elliot. I appreciate you.
Can you see where we are?
We'll probably watch this whole thing eventually. That's Fort Peck Lake right there. This is the area near the type locality for the Hell Creek Formation. This is Garfield County, Montana, in and around Fort Peck Lake in Montana. So Montana's got this big, beautiful scar across it right there. Beautiful or ugly, depending on how you look at it. But that is Fort Peck Lake. It's a man-made lake that was caused by damming the Missouri River right here. Back in the late 1930s, early 1940s. I think late 30s, during the Works Progress Administration under President Roosevelt. Yeah. Garfield County is right here, and that's where the most Tyrannosaurus specimens have been found anywhere in the world. And the first one was found there, too. The nearest town is Jordan, Montana, which is such a small town, it isn't even featured on this map. Jordan's got probably fewer than 200 people living there now. There's fewer than 1,000 people living in the entire county. The county is roughly the size of some of the small East Coast states like Connecticut, or I think Delaware. Yeah, but there are fewer people that live there than in Vatican City. It's nuts. It's super, super remote. That's where this takes place.
And it's just hard to get over that hump.
Oh, here we go. You've had classes that have had more people since Rhacodactylus? Yeah.
Can you see where we are? We have grown up believing that T-Rex is a predator, and it's just hard to get over that hump.
I think Jack makes a good point here. I don't think that Tyrannosaurus was an obligate scavenger. I don't think Jack ever actually believed that either. I think this is because he never actually published on that in the scientific literature. But there's all kinds of different popular documentaries and books and stuff like that where Jack brings up this idea. And I don't really think he even cares that much about whether or not T-Rex was a hunter or a scavenger. I think the whole purpose here is to get people to think about this question in a scientific way. To not just assume that Tyrannosaurus was definitely a hunter because that's how it's portrayed in popular media. He's like, I want people to actually think of it as a real animal, not as a movie monster, but as an actual organism that we can study through the fossil record. And I think nowadays, now that we understand a bit more about Tyrannosaurus ontogeny, we can say, well, it's almost certainly both.
Ontogeny.
You know? Maybe they were primarily scavengers when they would reach this full adult size like this. That's an animal that could not run nearly as fast as when it's this big, presumably. These guys would have been super fast. These guys, not so much. I say these guys, but what you're looking at here is supposed to be the same animal growing and maturing over time, the same individual creature. So yeah. And people also think that T-Rex had feathers. What do you think about that, Spirit? We do know that other dinosaurs that are probably related to T-Rex did have feathers. Sculpin. Thank you. Feathers kind of like this Tinamou bird. Thank you, Sculpin, for the 10 gift subs there. I really appreciate that. Look, we are almost halfway to our goal now. Sculpin, thank you for the continued support, your generosity, and oh, shoot.
Sculpin01 is overloading the system with 10 gift subs.
Thank you, Sculpin. I appreciate it. There's 10 very lucky chatters. We won't even have to think about ads on this channel for the next month. And that also helps sustain this channel, helps me continue to do science outreach here. So thank you for that, Sculpin. Much appreciated. What was I looking up? We were talking about... Oh, feathers, yeah. There's a few other Tyrannosauroids, so members of the larger kind of Tyrannosaur group. More inclusive Tyrannosaur group. That includes critters that are outside of Tyrannosauridae, but still part of Tyrannosauroidea. Critters like Dilong paradoxus is an early Tyrannosauroid from China, and we've got preserved feathers on this guy. We know that it had feathers. So this is an earlier member of the Tyrannosaur group, much more primitive than T-Rex, much earlier in time. It had feathers. And so did Eutyrannus, which is generally agreed it's probably a Tyrannosauroid, and this critter had feathers too. Probably lived in a fairly cold environment. It had feathers, but did T-Rex, who was much later and much larger, did it have feathers? We don't know. We don't have good enough preserved skin from T-Rex to really know what their external appearance is, to really know what their... to know what their integument is like. But I really like the portrayal in Prehistoric Planet of Tyrannosaurus.
Uh, 13 meters long.
Let's see.
It's the one that has drawn him here.
There we go. Check this out from Prehistoric Planet a couple years back.
But
so, adult and babies.
Has drawn him here. It's dead, and the Tyrannosaur has smelt its rotting body.
So you'll notice the babies are covered with this kind of fuzzy, filamentous, feathery coating. The adult has that too, but it's much more sparse, you know?
If he can just get to the underbelly, he will have over 2,000 pounds of easy meat. T-Rex has the most powerful jaws in nature,
which we'll be assembling in just a few minutes. So here, in this shot, you can't really see the feathers, but they're really sparse. If we get a close-up, you'll be able to see.
Of over 5 tons. The young are keen for a taste, but he's not sharing it. It's time
see,
for
look at the
them to
feathers.
learn to...
So, a lot of dinosaur feathers like this are what we call proto-feathers. It is kind of like peach fuzz, Ms. Vet, yeah. It's the same sort of thing that we see on critters like Sinosauropteryx right here. Sinosauropteryx. We've got Sinosauropteryx tier 2 emotes right there. But proto-feathers is what we often call them. Just kind of simple hair-like feathers like this, almost like you see on a kiwi bird today. Kind of like that. Kiwi bird feathers are probably a little bit more complex than simple filamentous proto-feathers, stage 1 feathers. Yeah. So, here we go. This is the figure I was looking for. There we go. Stage 1, Stage 2, Stage 3, and Stage 4. Tyrannosaurus, probably, if it did have feathers, it would have been like Stage 1 feathers, maybe Stage 2. Based on the ones that based on its relatives that we've found with fossil feathers. So yeah. Yeah. Does that make sense? So they could have had them when they were younger, but they're just harder to see when oldest. There you go, Spirit. And also, think about it like an elephant. Elephants, when they're young, have got hair that's, like, noticeable. You know? But as an elephant grows and gets larger, that hair either falls out or it's just much harder to see on a much bigger animal, you know? A baby elephant might still need that hair for a little bit of warmth, especially on cold nights. But the bigger you get, the easier it is to stay warm. That's just kind of basic thermodynamics. Larger objects lose heat more slowly. They retain heat better. And so animals living in a hot climate, like elephants, they tend not to have fur, you know? They don't want to overheat. Tyrannosaurus would have lived in a pretty warm climate too, but... So yeah, maybe they did have hair, kind of like elephants when they were babies. And then, yeah. And then later on, they may have lost it. Yeah. Through ontogeny. Like, when they get to that adult stage. There's just no need for feathers for insulation when you're at that big size. The problem isn't retaining heat. The problem is getting rid of heat. How do you dissipate heat through your body when you're this big? Yeah, and a lack of feathers might help with that. So yeah, does that make sense? Yeah. But we don't know since we don't have enough evidence of it. Exactly, Spirit. There was a specimen that was discovered not too long ago. Yeah. Oh boy. Hey, well. There's a few patches of Tyrannosaurus skin that have been discovered. Yeah. This is not the one. It's, oh goodness. It's right here. Let me see if I can open this in Firefox, possibly. Let's see if that works. Yeah. Oh. Yeah, here we go. World's only fossils of T-Rex skin suggest it was covered in scales, not feathers. This is super patchy, though. We've got a couple of little spots. And there could have been little bristle-like feathers in between something like this. We know that it did have scales, but some dinosaurs had both scales and feathers. Like we see in critters like Culindrodromeus. Like this guy, who's an ornithischian dinosaur on the opposite side of the dinosaur family tree from T-Rex. But we know it had kind of a fuzzy coating on its body, these filamentous feathers, kind of hair-like bristly feathers, and then a scaly tail.
You need to salute the paleontologist.
Rakim Frakim, thank you for the follow. Welcome, welcome. Good to have you here. So yeah. And Veziv says, but zebras and lions and tigers all have hair in the same climate? They do. Same climate as elephants. But they're not nearly as big. Again, you get as big as an adult elephant, and you're gonna overheat if you've got too much hair. Heat dumping is a much bigger problem for an elephant than it is for a lion, or a zebra, or even a giraffe. So yeah, yeah. Does that make sense? The square cube law in action. Exactly, Rhacodactylus. Yeah. That's why they fan with their ears. Yeah, elephants have got a number of different ways to keep cool. And dinosaurs may have done similar things, potentially. Yeah, here, take a look at this. Yep. Oh, cool thing, thanks. I don't know if we'll have time to get to that today thing, but maybe soon. Whoa. Wild. Jeez. Anywho, yeah, critters like elephants do.
How do you keep an elephant cool?
Oh.
At that time, the land of the planet was clumped together in one vast supercontinent.
Gustavo Moreira, thank you.
Soon occupied every corner of that world.
Thank you for the 4 months of support. I really appreciate that, Gustavo. Thank you. You say hugs from Brazil, I say hugs from the beautiful sunny San Francisco Bay Area. Thank you, Gustavo. I appreciate it. Thanks for that support. Yeah, how do you keep your elephant cool? Let's watch this real quick.
How do you keep an elephant cool? Pretty much the way you would expect, with ice and plenty of hose baths. Nothing like a shower on a hot day.
Elephants are pretty intelligent animals, so as long as we provide them the tools that they need to keep themselves cool, they'll do it on their own.
So it's an Asian elephant
Things like
right
water, mud that they can splash on themselves. It creates a sunscreen for themselves. We also give them ice treats if they want to eat them, or sometimes they'll put them in the water to make the water itself more cold.
And the residents of this zoo in Phoenix know
Oh, man.
hot. The
That's gotta be
thermometers
ridiculously
hit
hot there.
115
Phoenix?
degrees Fahrenheit recently.
Oh boy.
The zoo's bears get ice treats, good for licking and pawing.
Every animal has a temperature requirement, so once it gets to a certain temperature, we give them access to their night houses, which are air-cooled, so they have a choice of being outside or inside.
Considering that many areas of the U.S. are experiencing record temps, we'll take inside. This is Inside Edition.
Oh boy. That was less informative than I was hoping, but that's okay. Yeah. Salamander says, I wish my handlers would do that for me in the summer. You get some better handlers, Salamander. But yeah. And you live in Phoenix, Belt-Fed Yeats. Holy cow. Yeah, I've been to Phoenix once. And oh man. Why build a city there? I don't understand it. Yeah. Elephant got an ice cake for their birthday? Yeah. Yeah, anyway. Where were we? Oh yeah, let's get back to our Tyrannosaurus here. I was about to run out of filament on this printer right here, and then some more arrived via delivery, so I'm very happy about that. I'll be able to continue printing around the clock on these, and yeah, we should be able to hopefully finish printing this thing in maybe less than a month. I don't know. Shoot, could be done by the end of January. We'll see. I'm working on it. I'm working on it. Yeah. And Vesev says, do we know much about Tyrannosaurus parasites? We don't. Not for Tyrannosaurus in particular, but there is an interesting book about this. If you're interested in the kinds of arthropods that lived during the Mesozoic. What Bugged the Dinosaurs is an excellent book about this. Insects, Disease, and Death in the Cretaceous. That's good stuff. I've got that around here somewhere, but I haven't read it yet. I have the book. There it is there. I've got it, but haven't had a chance to actually read it yet. There's so many other books that are on my list too. But one of the best ways that we can learn what kinds of insects lived during the Mesozoic is by looking at amber. This is preserved tree resin. And if you want to see insects preserved in amber live on Twitch, you should go check out Science streams. It's gonna be, oh yeah, I'll be live with Science streams with Balint and Lita in just a little bit. It's gonna be good. It's gonna be real good. So we're having a big scientist collaboration panel special event today. I'm excited about it. Anywho, let's grab the pieces of our Tyrannosaurus lower jaw that are done, and let's start assembling those. Sweetie Pie, this is not a good time to come up on the desk. I'm sorry. Not the time, Sweetie Pie. Here. Oh boy. I know. Oh, sweetie. Yeah, maybe in a little bit, okay? Right now, I gotta get this done. There is much work to accomplish. We're on kind of a tight schedule today because I've got the scientist panel at 4 p.m. That's in an hour and 45 minutes. So, yeah, we ought to get a move on here with this sweetie pie. Oh, I know. It's just not the time right now, okay? Here, can you put some treats down here for me? Make this easy. Come over here. There you go. Everybody's happy. All right.
You're not doing so badly yourself for a paleontologist.
Well, thank you, Checking History. I appreciate that. Appreciate the kind words and the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. All right, so I've got a bunch of pieces of our lower jaw to assemble. Let's get into it, shall we? Earlier in the week, I think on what, Monday, right? We put together the following piece. Right here. So this is the articular bone, and the angular and surangular all come up right here. So this is where the lower jaw articulates with the rest of the skull. So this is basically like a hinge right here. That's our lower jaw of our Tyrannosaurus skull. So basically, yeah, this corner right up here, where it attaches, that's what it is. Right there. Yeah, it looks like they reversed this picture because it's not quite the same. In fact, this is probably a different specimen. Yeah. There we go. That bit right there, where the lower jaw attaches to the skull, that is this piece right here. We're going to extend this out significantly today. So let's do it. Let's see, I had these all lined up beautifully before I sanded everything, and now it's all pattywampus. So bear with me.
The ground is a slow process.
Thank you. Narek Thu1, I appreciate the follow. And Ms. Yvette, we're gonna try and do Thursday BIRDSday too. That's why we got a tight schedule. I gotta try and put this together first. Yeah. And I hope you are able to resolve that summer days. I'm sorry to hear your internet's giving you trouble. Let's find the piece that we will be assembling. That's not it. All right. What's that? Here, we've got a pretty charismatic piece with the teeth right there. Let's do this. So this is our distalmost bit. I might want to take my sanding stick and just get rid of that edge right there. Since this was printed this part down, there's a little bit of bleed along here, and so I just want to get rid of that because it's going to be easier to get everything nice and smooth later if we do that right now before we glue it. So let me do that. Here we go. So I can do this without producing too much dust, thankfully. It's going like that. There we go. There's like a little bit of a flange along the edge, and so I'm just trying to take that down so we get nice smooth occlusion between the two pieces. Nice smooth transition between both of them. And it's a lot easier to sand right now than when the pieces are glued together. There we go. Nice. Now I'll do the same for this piece right here. All right, nice. Mizabet says, nice fern wreath. Thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah. It's a nice thing to have. Ferns are kind of a quintessential Mesozoic type plant. So, yeah. All right. The way that the files are put together, there's these holes for these alignment pegs. So I am going to take some pegs, put them in there, put some glue in, and we'll get this thing stuck together. Right. It's a tighter fit than I was expecting. Cyant Streams, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Hope you're having a good day. It's good to see you. Excited for our science panel in a little bit. Too big. Yeah. That's tricky. There we go. And what I'm going to do is get some snips right here. Just going to carve the edges off of these pegs here. Just like that. Just kind of make it a little bit easier on ourselves to get those into there. There we go. Go. And almost a week, says Jody Fish. There you go. 7 streams. Yeah. That's like 2 weeks. Stream 4 days a week now. So that's a multi-week endeavor. Appreciate you, Jody Fish. Yeah. I'm gonna put the fan going. Anytime I've got to concentrate on something like this, I tend to overheat a little bit. So let me get that fan going. It's better. I tend to run pretty hot all the time. And sometimes that gets kicked up to 11. Concentrating on something. They need someone to spray him like an elephant, says Blue Rooster. I wouldn't object to that necessarily. I don't know if I'm as clever as an elephant, but I like to think I deserve treatment as humane as an elephant does. Yep. Okay, new methodology. Just make the holes a little bit bigger. Rather than trying to carve the pegs down. That does it, yeah. Excellent. So, We got 5 pegs right there. We got 5 holes. Let's do a quick test fitting here. This needs a little bit of work too. It's interesting that the sanding process makes it difficult for the pegs to more difficult for the pegs to go in. I'm glad I did a quick test fitting there first. There we go. That's what it's going to look like. Let's get some glue on there. All right. I'm going to start off with some Gorilla Glue here. This is nice kind of gap filling stuff. There we go. Put a little over the top, a little over the sides, and then a little across the middle. Just for good measure. And then super glue. I need my just to open it because it is glued in place. There we go. Running a little low on this. I think I've got some more arriving soon. But if by any chance you would like to help contribute, I've got this on the Amazon wish list there. Okay, nice. And here we go. Excellent. Beautiful. That's a really nice fit. I can't feel that flange on the side anymore. I'm really glad I sanded that down. And there's a portion of our lower jaw. There we go. And as you'll notice, these do not fit together. So we're gonna have to put some pieces in between. Luckily, those are already printed and prepped for assembly. I'm prepared to that. So let's put them together. Okay, so this piece goes right here. Then we've got this one right there. So next up are these two pieces. Let's get them going. How did I have this? Nope. I just had it. Should go. Like this. There we go. Goodness. There we are. We'll get some pegs in there. Let's put some glue in first before we put the pegs in, shall we? And would it be more helpful in assembly if the bones were, well, more bone-shaped without the blocky edges? Absolutely. Jody Fish, yeah, then I'd actually be able to identify which bones are which. Kind of use my you know, paleontologist knowledge for this. But unfortunately, with an adult T-Rex, many of the skull bones are too big to fit on a print bed, and so you've got to break them up into these smaller pieces in order to get everything to fit. And so whatever anatomical knowledge I would otherwise give me an advantage is it's not that much of an advantage with something like this. So yeah. There we go. Yeah. All right, I'm gonna make sure that these apertures are big enough. Oh, and right there, we've got some crud inside. We're gonna have to remove that. I'm glad I checked on this first before we actually put glue in there. There we go. Okay. Let's get some glue on there. There we are. And time to assemble. There we go. Off the excess glue. And there we are. Lovely. Excellent. A little bit of spillage there. Set that up. And over here and over there. Used a little bit too much glue. Good to know for next time. There we go. Having the pegs in between is really, really nice. I think it's going to add a lot of kind of structural support. Happy to have it. Maybe they should consider this an Olympic sport in the future. Model fossil skull print assembly. Says Jody Fish. That would be fun. Yeah. Excellent. Okay. And now I still don't think this is actually gonna fit, but let's see. We've got this piece from Monday here. It's swiftly getting too big for that one camera view. There we go. There's this. Lovely. But yeah, this other one doesn't fit on here. We've still got pieces in between. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. For now, let's actually put these together, shall we? So, check. Yeah, excellent. Let's make sure the pegs fit in here. There's one. There's two. There's three. There's four. Carve this one down. Flanges off. Nice.
is cheap.
Yeah. And if there's too much of a seam between pieces, what do you use for filler? Asks Helvetica Scenario. I use Durham's Rock Hard Water Putty, which is the same compound that we used at Museum of the Rockies to fill in gaps in actual fossils sometimes. It's nice, it's water soluble, it's really durable, and it is inexpensive. The big container of it is like less than $15 for like a pound of this stuff. Looks nice. Okay. Since this is such a critical component, I'm going to take these out and we're going to put glue underneath each one. Just want to make sure that they fit first. There we go. Glue, 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 and glue. Nice. Put these back in. And last one. There we go. Lovely. Okay. Let's do a test fitting. Beautiful. Okay. Lovely. And that's funny, it just straight up took all the pegs out from that side. Okay. Fair enough, I guess. Put some glue in here. Go. And glue along there. I am going to have some spillage here, and that's okay. Better too much glue than too little. Charles Dragon says the pegs wanted to be on the other side, apparently, and they got what they wanted. I'm not going to object.
Glue is cheap.
Nice. Okay, let's get this on there. There we go. Lovely. Oh, it's going to be so strong, too. I'm really happy about this. And you notice there's one leftover peg right there. This is that piece that we 3D printed on stream the other day. It goes right here. And there we go. Nice. I'm glad that's such a beautiful fit. We're going to throw some cyanoacrylate on this here real quick, too. And some Gorilla Glue. But we had a kind of a misprint, or rather, we had a bad slice. Trying to transfer the, trying to change the file type from an STL into a G code. There was a bit of an error there, and so part of the a couple layers didn't print properly. Which is how we ended up with a missing piece. But luckily, I was able to figure that out, and then Print a piece to fill in the gap. That's right here. There we go. That is beautiful. Oh man, I'm really happy with that. We're not even to the teeth yet. Look at how big this lower jaw is so far. We're not even at the business end of it yet. This is just the back of the jaw. Yeah. Holy cow. And it feels so solid. Having the pegs in there to keep everything together is really nice. I don't just have to rely on the strength of the glue. It's got some, think of it almost like rebar reinforcing concrete. We've got some interior structure there, some internal structure that's helping to guard against, torque breaking this thing apart. So yeah. And to think in mammals, it's a middle ear bone? Yeah, Dr. Hubbs, we might talk about that a little bit, if we've got time. So let me try and figure this out. We've got... Oh, hello, Mini Pie. Now is really not a good time, Mini Pie. I'm sorry. Got this piece. And we've got... right there. We might be missing a piece before we can put all of this together. Let me double check here. No, we're not missing a piece. This is great. Okay, excellent. Alright, this is going to go right on here. Yes, it's going to go right on here. We have continuity. Excellent. So first, let's get these two pieces together. There we go. Just like this. And Squan says the Santa hat on the dinosaur is adorable. Thank you, Squan. I appreciate that. That's Triararchunkus. That's one of our favorite dinosaurs here. First one that I was ever an author on, Plus, it's just such a cool little guy. Triararchunkus is it's an awesome critter. Alvarezsaurs don't get nearly the appreciation they deserve. They are super cool animals. Okay, there's one peg there. And Zyfe says Japan is not 3D printer wallet friendly. What do you mean, Zyfe? You mean 3D printer filament is expensive in Japan? Or you mean Japan is just an expensive place to live? Because, holy cow, California is too. But it's worth it in a lot of ways. There we go. Nice. There, one more. And Galara Dragon, I'm glad you're enjoying the Surf Rock Christmas tunes. I even managed to snag some more today, so maybe I'll have time to get those ready for stream tomorrow. Didn't have time today. Too many other things going on. There we go. Nice. So that goes on just like that. Beautiful. Let's do a test fit. Nice. All right, let's put some glue on there. Two, 3, and 4. Let's put a nice line of Gorilla Glue along here. If I put it toward the center, it's less likely to spill out. Some cyanoacrylate for a nice quick bond here. There we go. That's a big glob. That is almost certainly going to spill out the sides. So I'll have my paper towel at the ready. Here we go. Stick them together. There we go. Excellent. Yeah, a little bit of gloopage on the side. A little bit of spillage, but not too bad. It's almost the perfect amount of glue. All right. Very nice. Very nice. Beautiful. And again, it feels so secure. That's very encouraging. Happy about that. Next up, this piece right here, where the denery meets up with the angular and serangular. Nice. There's our teeth there, by the way. Let's take a look at the printer, and ooh, more teeth are continuing quite nicely. Beautiful. Okay. I'll get some pegs in here. We shall continue. Two. And Ursaurus, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Good to have you here. Up just a little bit. There we go. Sometimes you gotta be a little rough with it. And Isolated says, are the standoffs a recent modification to your printing, or have you always done them? What do you mean by standoffs? Isolated. I'm not sure I understand what you mean. Sylvia says using pliers as a mallet. Oh yeah, you know? When all you've got is pliers, every problem looks like a nail. As the old saying goes. The little pegs that you put in the holes. Oh, isolated. So this is part of this file. Yeah, I didn't make this file myself. This is one that I got online, and yeah, it's been engineered this way, and it helps a lot. I would be really nervous about putting this thing together without any kind of internal support. So if it came without that, I would probably have to drill some holes and put some like support rods in myself. So I'm glad that I don't have to do that. Okay, all those fit. So let's take them back out and put some glue in. There we go. And almost time for work. All right, Zyph. Thanks for being here. There we go. Excellent. All right. Well, that looks pretty good. Yeah. Let's do some more glue. Some Gorilla Glue on top of each of the pegs as well. For better hold there. And super glue too. Shot right there. Oh well. Okay, here we go. Ready? We are. Beautiful. All right, excellent. That is a really nice fit. I feel really good about that. It is coming together. Oh yeah. And the lovely thing about this is, unlike other times that I've glued together bits of 3D prints on stream, other times that we've done assembly like this, I've always felt like, oh, I gotta really sit here and keep this thing together, put pressure on it like that. I don't feel like that at all with this. Having the pegs in between really holds it together, which is really nice. It's almost luxurious. It's not have to worry about it. It's like it's taken care of, you know? And Zeno Bambino, how are you doing? Hello, hello. And Confused Echidna says, approximately how much filament did or does it take to 3D print a full-size T-Rex skull? Well, an adult skull, an awful lot. I've gone through, I think, about 10 kilograms of filament so far. Maybe not that much. No, I've gone through... I've gone through 6 kilos of filament so far. Which is a lot. And, Brave Lil Scrib, thank you for the follow. I'm sorry the alert didn't fire properly, but welcome to Paleontologizing. So yeah, 6 spools so far of the filament. They're 1 kilogram spools. but it's a bit. It's a fair bit of filament gone through. Yeah. Yeah. Anywho, let's put this on here. Oh. Holy cow. Look at that. Look at that. Yeah, and that's not even the complete jaw yet. We still have the distal end with the most of the teeth. This is nuts. This is nuts. Let's do it. And Zyve says, I use kilograms all the time, so much that I've forgotten imperial. Nice. I'm lucky that in the sciences we use a lot of metric. So it doesn't always come totally naturally to me as an American, but, you know, I'm at least familiar enough with it that it's easy to communicate people who grew up with metric, which is by far a superior system. And Isolated says, can you strap this down to the roof of your car when you transport it? That looks like you would get... You would be... yeah, Isolated. I'll probably keep it inside my car, but maybe. That would actually be pretty cool if I could have somebody take footage of that in, like, a trailing vehicle. Because I will be driving this thing down to Fremont. Like I said, for the Children's Natural History Museum. That would be pretty cool. I just wouldn't want anything to happen to it, you know? But we'll see. We'll see. Some more pegs that I've got over there. Yeah. And RC Maniac says the US is a metric country. We just don't force people to stop using imperial. Imperial units are literally defined in relation to metric units. Is that correct? Yeah. I think there were a few states where didn't they try to outlaw the use of metric in certain US states? It has certainly caused issues before. Like, people have died because of confusion about metric versus imperial. Was it the Columbia or the Challenger shuttle disaster where part of that debacle was caused by confusion? But yeah. I'm gonna go grab some more pegs over there real quick. And you like the tree there? Neverwinter. Yeah, that's the idea there. Hang on, I'll be right back. There we go. The teeth are looking really good over there on that printer. Look at that. Fantastic. That print is almost done. It'll just be another few minutes. And Chaotic Kitten, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. And Addicted to Captain Game says, do you ever encounter any wild animals wandering through sites when you're on location? Absolutely. When I'm in the field, as we say, all the time. Yeah. The coolest critters I've ever seen in the field have been a lot of rattlesnakes, golden eagles. On numerous occasions, I've actually seen golden eagles carrying rattlesnakes, which has been pretty cool. I've seen moose in the field before, wild horses, pronghorn. I've seen the remains of recently dead porcupines. I've seen bobcats. I haven't seen a mountain lion yet, but I've found mountain lion scats. And lots of deer. Many, many different kinds of birds, too. Everything from mourning doves to sage grouse to ring-necked pheasants. Yeah. And rattlesnakes are super cool, Petrodactylus. The true gentlemen of the snake world, as some people call them, because they very politely rattle to warn you when you get too close to them. And do you keep anti-venom and any other stuff needed to keep you alive in case a snake bite until... No, Crimson Carnotaurus. I've never been on a crew that's had anti-venom. Rattlesnakes are not really as dangerous as a lot of people think they are. I know multiple people who have been bitten by rattlesnakes and lived to tell the tale without anti-venom. I personally have woken up with a rattlesnake on my chest once. Didn't bite me. As long as you don't provoke them, then they don't want to bite you. They don't want to waste a bunch of precious venom on something they can't eat. And that's some high budget stuff. Yeah, so anti-venom is really expensive. Most rural hospitals don't even have anti-venom. In the whole state of Montana, I think there were years when, like, they didn't have any anti-venom in the entire state. Because it's generally pretty expensive, and it doesn't last for very long. It has a tendency to expire pretty quick. Requires refrigeration, like special conditions to keep it in. So most hospitals don't even bother nowadays, as I understand it. They might fly you out to Denver or something like that if, or like another major city, maybe Salt Lake. They'd have stuff on in stock. Ho ho ho! Look at that. Nice. Okay. We know it fits. Excellent. Alright, so since this is such a critical juncture between two really big pieces, I'm going to take my time putting the glue on all these, and, yeah. Make sure I do it right. Come on, camera. There we go. And Zeno Bambino says, how long have you been working on this build? About a week. I started printing it, what? I think last weekend? So not too long so far. I got a second 3D printer recently. Specifically for stuff just like this. So I could do it twice as fast. and I've been really happy with that decision. I think it was a wise choice. Because otherwise this thing would take absolutely forever to print. This way I can kind of fast track it and get it into the museum ASAP. There we go. Looking good. Let's get that cap on there. There we go. Excellent. Okay. Just a quick sanity check here. That's why that piece was missing. Okay. Because it was stuck in here. Good. Okay, excellent. Now, let's get some super glue on here. After we put some Gorilla Glue on. The Gorilla Glue takes a lot longer to set, so I've got more kind of working time with it. Yeah. Okay, and I'm going to put glue on top of each of these pegs. Get them to stick a little bit better in the opposing piece. Beautiful. Maybe a little bit more glue through here. I don't want to be stingy with the stuff. And our super glue. Really seal the deal. There we go. Okay. On top of each of these pegs. And a little bit more for the middle. Nice. There we go. Moment of truth. Let's get these stuck together here. All right. Beautiful. Stupendous. Look at that. Ah. Look at that right there. Brilliant. Even with the wide-angle camera, it's almost too big to fit in the frame. Check that out. Holy cow. Yeah. Here. Let's do control print screen here. We'll post that up to blue sky. Look at that. Look at that. Again, it's not even done. There's more jaw still yet to go. Phenomenal. Ooh, and there's more of our teeth over there. Let me go snag that off the printer and we'll get started with another file. Where do I even put this? Lean it up against here. It's like trying to store a surfboard or something. You know? Look at that. Those teeth there. Look at that. Big empty tooth socket here, and then there's a reason why Tyrannosaurus teeth have sometimes been called lethal bananas, because they are big and thick in cross-section like a banana, and they're often around the same length, too. So let's remove these supports right here. Sparky Pugwash says, wouldn't want to be bitten by that? No. Definitely not. In my expert opinion, I can say, having dug up some Tyrannosaurs before, you do not want to get bitten by one of these. Alright. So that's going to go on there. Just like that. Excellent. Yeah. I'm not going to do that yet because it's just not a good idea because there's pegs on this side and pegs on this side too. So what I want to do is get this part printed first, and we'll put those on there. That part is currently printing right now and won't be done for about another 8 hours, I think. That's part of the jaw symphysis, where the two dentaries come together right there. So yeah, but for right now, just so we can appreciate the true grandeur of this thing, let me just show you. This is what we've got printed so far. Pretty impressive, right? Yeah. Holy cow. Is that something? Yeah. Nuts. Nuts. What a ridiculous animal. What a gigantic carnivorous critter. You know, some people say, and sometimes I'm inclined to agree, that Tyrannosaurus is a little bit overrated. Sort of. Not really. I don't know. Tyrannosaurus does get a lot of attention, sometimes at the expense of other dinosaurs that also deserve attention. But at the same time, just what an astonishing animal. You know? Just truly extraordinary. And being able to, you know, be up close to just the lower jaw, not even complete, it really hammers that point home. It's really something. And Deathsaurus says Tyrannosaurus is rated, in my opinion. I think the only way that you could make an argument that Tyrannosaurus is overrated or overexposed is by comparison with other dinosaurs, who also deserve plenty of attention. But man, there are a lot of superlatives that apply to this animal. It's impressive. It really is. Yeah. It's not my personal favorite dinosaur, but I can absolutely see why it's so popular, says Petrodactylus. Me too. Yeah. Anywho. Yeah. It is an absolute unit, Germs. Absolutely. The largest and most robust of all the Tyrannosaurs, at least when full grown. It's really something. Yeah. Just... it's a pretty incredible critter. Yeah. And this also reminds me, when I was in high school working at UCMP in Berkeley, there was a lower jaw of a T-Rex there, a denary. It's not nearly as big as this. Like, my frame of reference for that is like holding that lower jaw, going like, wow, this is so cool. That's significantly smaller than this specimen right here, the Maximus specimen. Again, it's a shame that it's a commercial specimen, but it's Lovely that I'll get to make it publicly available, publicly viewable. People are gonna love this museum, so I can't wait. But yeah. And which T-Rex is this skull based on? Asked Deathsaurus. It's based on the Maximus specimen, which was sold at auction. There we go. They were expecting it to go for 15 to 20 million. Thankfully, it only went for 6. So I guess that's some consolation. But whoop, wrong button. There we go. Here's a link. Yeah. Anywho, yeah, pretty excited. I'm pretty excited. Yeah. Here, we've got one of our 3D printers, not running at the moment, but it's full of filament. It's ready to go. There's no time to waste. Let me go, preheat that for printing. We'll slice another file up, and we'll get it going. Clear off my workspace here. All right. Let's go get that preheated. Right. We open up the files here, and I think we want the teeth on the denary. Let's see here. So luckily they've provided, in lieu of like detailed instructions, there's just a Blender model of all the files here. And I don't know why it's acting wonky like that. But this is the piece that is currently printing right here. Whoop, what did I do? Oop. Again, I'm still kind of learning some of the controls for Blender. But anyway, yeah, that is part number 23. I could do part number 26, or I could do part number 27. I think I want to do 27 just because that's nice and charismatic and it'll look cool on stream. And it shouldn't take too long either. So let's do that. Part number 27. There we go. Oh. All right, nice. I do want to turn it around just because it's going to look cooler on camera this way. Yeah, nice. All right, we'll slice it, get it ready for printing. There we go. Let me go grab the SD card. Okay. Export. Let's put that there on the right drive. Save. Excellent. All right. Beautiful. Hello, Sweetie Pie. All right, let's get that on there. Okay. You sneaking some bites of that, of my Christmas tree there, Sweetie Pie. What are you doing? Do I have a link to this playlist? I do not, Charlie's Dragon. I'm sorry. These are all files that are saved locally on my computer. So they're, yeah, but if you just do a, YouTube search for, surf rock holiday tunes. There we go. And playlist. That's not working as well as I thought it would. Shoot. There we go. Let's try that. That'll work. Yeah. Oh, come on, YouTube. It's being real finicky. There we go. Copy link address, and there you go. Festive cat butt stream. Helvetica, this is Sweetie Pie's front, not her butt. In front of the camera. Aw, Sweetie Pie. Yeah. Yeah. There's her butt. She still wanted to show you, you know? She does that. Anywho. Yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Alright, who's texting me? Spam messages. Okay. You want some more treats, Sweetie Pie? Is that what you want? You want some more treats? I think we can make that happen. And then, well, we've only got half an hour before... Oh my god, half an hour before the, Scientists on Stream collaborate. Look. There you go. Collaboration. I don't think we have time for Thursday BIRDSday today. That might have to wait till next week. Like I said, the that assembly took longer than I was expecting. So yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Look at all those. You know, well, if we get started right now and we do it really, really quick, I bet you we can do Thursday BIRDSday. Let's give it a shot, shall we? Let's start that up right now.
Hold on, something's coming out of here. Look, there's a bird, dude. It knows what's good. I'm telling you, I just heard it inside.
I don't care
Thursday BIRDSday.
Birds are all around us in everyday life. But most of the time we hardly even notice them. Thursday BIRDSday is a step toward correcting this oversight. Do you want to be part of Thursday BIRDSday?
I don't know.
Here's how you can contribute. Go outside during the week and pay special attention to the birds around you. See if you can take a picture of a bird. It doesn't have to be a good picture, any old photo will do. Upload the picture to the Discord, and we will discuss it on Thursday. Simple as that. Thursday BIRDSday is an invitation to go outside and appreciate the grandeur of the natural world. It's a reminder that, since birds are theropods, dinosaurs still enrich our daily lives.
It's great!
And finally, it's a celebration of the amazing history of life on our planet. So, happy Thursday BIRDSday!
All right, happy Thursday BIRDSday, everybody. Let's go ahead and get into it. We've got less than 30 minutes. Let's speedrun this thing, like Charlie's Dragon was saying there. And I'm glad you liked the video, Sparky Pugwash. Here we go. We've got some birds here from Ms. Yvette, it looks like. Who are these? Looks like we've got some herons. Are these great blue herons? And then we've got some kind of other water bird over here too. Not sure who those are. Very nice, Ms. Yvette. Very nice. Great blue heron and 2 little blue herons. Plus a flyby of a great egret. Kendall Frost Mission Bay Marsh Reserve. Very nice. Bright and early to paint the king tides with the San Diego Bird Alliance. That's super cool, Ms. Yvette. Show some paintings in February. Very, very cool. Excellent. We'll take a look at your art another time when we've got some more time and I can do it justice. But thanks for posting. Good stuff. And little blue heron. I don't think we have those where I live. In the Bay Area. Not totally sure. Doki Baka, or Dokido Baka, says there was a whole flock. I was only able to get a photo of this one. That looks like a female cardinal there. Yeah, right here. Yep. I think so. Good stuff. Excellent. A blurry bird is still a bird, as Claire Burr points out. Yeah, good stuff, good stuff. And Charcone has got a woodpecker. Who is this? Is that a... Oh, these are the ones that get mistaken for ivory builds, right? Who is this? Is it a pileated, Claire Burr? Might be, might be. Let's see, it's got that red crest, big white streak running under its eye right there. Yeah, I'd say so. Pileated woodpecker, very nice, Charcone. There. Very, very cool. Andy's the one, says spot the bird. There is one there. Ooh, this is gonna be tricky. Looking. This almost looks like an oil painting. It must be like a phone camera way zoomed in. Can you spot the bird, chat? I'm trying to spot the bird. Oh, this is tricky. There we go. Right there. Right there. You see it? Excellent. Yeah. That's got to be it, right? Little perching bird? Right? There's its head, there's its tail, there's its body. Did I get that right? Almost looks like a killdeer. Lower left corner, says Chaotic Kitten. Lower left corner? I'm not saying it. Anyway, this is tricky. I would not be shocked if there's multiple birds in this picture. But, yeah. Huh. Let's see. Oh, and I think I was reading about this, Madam 33. Very cool. Endangered seabirds return to Pacific Island after century-long absence. This is some pretty cool stuff. Maybe we can talk about this another time, but endangered Polynesian storm petrels have returned to Kamaka Island in French Polynesia for the first time in more than 100 years after conservationists used drones to remove the invasive rats eating the birds' eggs and chicks. Again, invasive mammals. They have caused the extinction or extirpation of untold numbers of bird species. That is really, really cool. Good stuff.
This is a dinosaur, and this is a dinosaur too.
Schnizzla 2, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. Yeah, mammal scourge. There you go, Clever, yeah. Get those mammals out, says Dr. Irrefutable. I'm inclined to agree. Mayor of Space has got a pretty pigeon at the Detroit Zoo aviary. It's hard to see, but he has a red patch on his chest. Definitely not another Nicobar, so who is it? I don't know who this is. But there's certainly a handsome theropod, whoever they are. Very cool. Yeah. Huh. Nice, Mayor of Space. Yeah, I don't know who that is. Oh, Bleeding Heart. Could be a, Bleeding Heart Dove? Is that what they're called? Could it be one of these guys? The Luzon Bleeding Heart? Could be. It probably is. Stripes on its wings. Stripes on the wings. I think that's it. Yeah. I think that's it right there. Yeah. Very nice. Well done, Rushwing. Oh, and Nell says Luzon Bleeding Heart. Nell got it first. Sorry I missed your message there, Nell, but you got it too. Yeah. Huh. And Salamander says a downy woodpecker paid us a visit yesterday. With the volume up, you could hear him go for exploratory tapping to really hammering away. Well, well, well. Let's turn that sound up. Oh, he's listening. He's listening. He's like, yeah, that's... trying to find the spot. Searching, searching. Such industrious birds. Very cool stuff, Salamander. Thank you, thank you. The hammer there. Whoever posted that, I appreciate you. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah. And thing's got a male cardinal that knows it is completely safe from the cats. Good for him. Providing some entertainment for the cats and practicing some personal courage. Good for this bird right here. That's lovely. Awesome thing. Awesome. Alexander Morrison's got a glossy ibis in flight over a small lake. Music by Brian Eng. Still learning the ropes here on iPhone. More content to come. Look at that. Love that long curved bill. Reminds me of a curlew, but I don't think they're closely related. Ibises and curlews. I could be wrong. I don't think they are. Good stuff.
If dinosaurs had not died, I imagine that mammals would still be small creatures like this, living in the nooks and crannies of their world.
Yep.
We wouldn't be here.
That's right. Kara Fang, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Paleontologizing. It's good to have you here. All right, we've got 20 minutes left. Let's continue. Neverwinter's got a yellow-crowned night heron. Nyctinassa violacea at Dixon Meadow Preserve, Plymouth Meeting, Pennsylvania, April 2021. Gorgeous photo right there. He does not look amused. Yeah, sometimes I feel like that. I can relate, you know? Yeah. Yeah. Good stuff, Neverwinter. I love how you've really kind of captured the spirit of this bird. He's just like... He's bored. Yeah. Yeah. How about at the end? Go for it now, yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. And Petrodactyl, you took the us out of your name. Interesting. Maybe it's just always been different on Discord. It's far away, but at the top of this tree, a hawk can be seen. Seen right there. Him or her. Found it while visiting family in Central Washington. Very nice. And what kind of hawk could this be? Given that it's at the top of a tree, could be just about any big acipterid. My default guess is redtail, because they're usually the most common. But it could be a red-shouldered hawk. Huh. It's a weird-looking angel on your Christmas tree, says Nell. Yeah. My guess is redtail as well? Yeah. It's usually a pretty safe bet. Redtails are pretty common. And they're pretty comfortable around human habitations as well. So yeah. Very nice there, Petrodactylus. Very nice. Yeah. Tree, I like that. Nell, Dr. Tara. Yeah, I dig that. And Dr. Tara says, if I remember right, these are griffin vultures chilling. Very hot day. Well, well, well. Oh, cool. Vultures are such underappreciated birds most of the time. You know? They really are. They don't get the love or the accolades that they deserve. Yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah. Oh, and there's a griffin emote? That's awesome. Emoji, rather. And Germs has got a northern flicker. Unrelated music. Oh, that's a gorgeous photo. Oh, that reminds me, yeah, there was a... Here, quick video. I think we've got time to pull this up. There we go. Everywhere. Yeah.
That's right. So all these.
Oh boy. I was trying to find the original, but here we go.
You're eating poop. We're eating what? Meteorologist Katie Nicolau responded to the many TikTok videos she saw with people munching on icicles with a warning video of her own.
When icicles form, it's from water that melts off of your roof and runs down the side of a building. Well, here's the thing. You know what else is on your roof? Bird poop. A lot of it. And that water picks it up and freezes it in the ice.
Yep.
This generally
So this is true.
fun-loving television meteorologist didn't want to take away everyone's fun.
But when you finally see enough people eating icicles, and you know what I know, you kind of just have to point it out.
And
Yeah, fair. We see that right here. this woodpecker, you know, it's just reminded me of that, you know? Yeah. It's right next to its butt, for crying out loud. Lovely photo, Germs. I like that a lot. Do they have an icicle emoji? Yeah. And then unrelated music. Good stuff. Canyon Arrow Boys got a hummingbird in action. Beautiful photo. We were just talking about hummingbirds yesterday. They've got the most supercharged metabolism of any dinosaur I can think of. Very, very cool. See the little individual feathers. That's really special. Very nice. Good stuff. And Nell. Uh-oh. Kagu are amazing flightless birds native to New Caledonia, who are only found in that part of the world. New Caledonia is where parts of Walking with Dinosaurs was filmed. Particularly the Triassic episode. Let's take a look. Yeah, very cool.
Believe it or not, the Kagu is a unique and fascinating bird that lives in the dense mountain forests of New Caledonia. This unique bird cannot be found anywhere else in the world, and they have some extraordinary features, which you might not believe. So let's discover this wonderful and unique member of the natural world.
Are they mate for life? Yeah.
Endemic to New Caledonia.
A lot of birds do
the
that,
Kagu is
at
found
least ostensibly.
only on the main island of New Caledonia, making it an endemic species. This means it is not found anywhere else in the world. Flightless and terrestrial. Unlike many other bird species, the Kagu is largely flightless. It has small wings and prefers to move around on the ground. Its primary...
So it's probably in the process of becoming flightless. I bet you these guys are probably... Here. Let's look them up on our Tree of Life here. I bet you they probably diverged from their most recent common ancestor with another bird pretty recently. They haven't really had time to become completely flightless yet, but they're probably on their way. Yeah, there we go. Kagu. Rhinochaetos jubatus, interesting. Related to this sun bittern, really? 63 million years ago was the common ancestor of these guys? Well, shoot, never mind. Okay. Color me surprised. That's a lot of time in between sister species. What's probably going on here is that there were a bunch of other close relatives of this bird that are now all extinct. Well, that's not what's probably going on. That definitely is what's going on. Yeah. Interesting. Huh. And they're related to oilbirds and nightjars and potus and hummingbirds. Interesting. Huh.
Means of locomotion are walking and running. Vocal mimicry. Kagus are known for their ability to mimic sounds from their environment, including other bird species and even human-made noises. This vocal mimicry is thought to play a role in territorial communication. Nocturnal habits. While the kagu is primarily active during the day, it is known to engage in nocturnal activities. This behavior is believed to be linked to foraging for food, especially during the breeding season. Adaptation to low light. Kagus have large eyes relative to their body size, suggesting adaptation to low light conditions in the dense forest understory where they primarily dwell. This is particularly interesting considering their diurnal daytime activity. Distinctive foot structure. The kagu has a unique foot structure among birds. Its middle toe is partially webbed, which is thought to aid in walking on soft, mossy surfaces in its forest habitat.
Okay.
Distinctive scent gland. Kagus have a preen gland located near the base of the...
I almost feel like this is AI voice, and that kind of bugs me a little bit. But this is an amazing bird. They're so cool.
This gland produces a unique odor.
Here, let's look them up on Wikipedia real quick. Get some basic info. Kagu. Yeah. It's only the surviving member of the genus Rhinochaetos, family Rhinochaetidae. Although a second species has been described from the fossil record. Okay. The kagu and the sunbittern, and possibly the adsbills, seem to form a distinct Gondwanan lineage of birds. So Gondwana is the ancient southern supercontinent that included South America, Africa, Australia, Antarctica, New Zealand, Madagascar, and India. Those are all together as Gondwana. So after Pangaea splits apart, it splits into Laurasia and Gondwana, two big supercontinents. Gondwana is the southern one. The ancestors of the kagu are believed to have diverged from the sunbittern in the Oligocene 45 to 17 million years ago. That's a wide distance there. I wonder if they're just... I wonder why the uncertainty there. Colonized New Caledonia 60 to 25 million years ago. That's such a big error bar there. That's such a... Wow. I guess not much is known about these critters. In the absence of terrestrial predators, it eventually became flightless. Are they truly flightless? This implies that they are. Interesting. Yeah. Pretty cool.
Use their preen gland to deposit an oily secretion on branches and other surfaces. This marking behavior may serve as a form of communication with other kagus and marking their territory.
Huh.
Unique skeletal features. The kagu's skeletal structure, especially its sternum and keel, the extension of the breastbone, is different from that of many other bird species. These...
Huh. Skeleton of a kagu. Oh boy, not pterosaur heresies. Goodness. Might be difficult to find reliable info on their skeleton. Interesting, though. Very, very cool. Very cool. Anyway, thanks for sharing there, Nell. And, that marks the end of our Thursday BIRDSday posts. Thank you for participating in Thursday BIRDSday, everybody. I appreciate that. I hope you had fun. I hope you learned something. I hope your appreciation for our avian neighbors is slightly embiggened after today's Thursday BIRDSday. We've got about 6 or 7 minutes until I'll be Mudman 1965. Thank you.
And they're perfectly preserved.
Thank you for the prime there.
Cool.
That kid.
Hi, Danny.
Hi to you too, Mudman. Thank you for the 20 months of support. Really appreciate that. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, we'll be starting up our scientists on Twitch panel discussion in just a few minutes. So I'm so glad all of you are here for that. It is going to be a ton of fun. Yeah, I can't wait. Let me see if Arduino is on yet. Is he hosting? Yeah, here we go. Science Summit, starting in 1 minute, 10 seconds. Oh boy. Excellent. There we go.
That's one small step for man, one giant leap for
Arduino.
I love that alert. That's really, really good.
Welcome in, Paleontologizing. Thank you for the resub. 13 months. 13 months of subscription. I appreciate the support. How's everybody doing? Hopefully, you guys are having a good week. It's Thursday. I'm looking forward to the collab.
All right.
We're going to get things set up here in a
Be
minute.
polite and knock,
Go
I
follow
said.
Paleontologizing. Let me be polite and knock. Hold on, I'm not sure. I think that...
I'm jumping the gun here.
Paleontologizing, I think that Science is going to host. So we'll all join Science. That's the plan.
Gotcha.
That's my understanding.
Okay.
Because we can't all, one person has to host, otherwise we're all going to be
bother
lost.
Science then.
We're going to be lost in, I don't know where we're going to be lost, but
There we go. Science streams right here. Yeah. Okay. Let's throw some dinosaur emotes in there for good measure. Let's make sure we do it correctly. We don't end up with an incomplete apatosaur there. Excellent. Yeah. Oh, you'll be knocking in a few minutes. Gotcha, Belen. Okay, cool. Sorry. But you'll be knocking on my channel? Nerdarduino seems to think that, that you're hosting. We'll figure this out. Yeah. Good stuff. Good stuff. Do we need to join in Belin's channel for the chat? No, we're gonna stay right here. Well, you can open up any of our channels if you want to, but we'll be using the new this new functionality that Twitch has called Stream Together, and we're gonna have merged chats. It's gonna be really cool. I might have to tweak some settings so that the moderators can still moderate. Yeah. Anywho.
I'll knock in a few.
You'll knock in a few. Excellent. Thank you, Science Streams. Brilliant. Yeah. Yeah. Good stuff. And Alexander Morrison, I will see you next time too. Thanks for being here. Yeah. And Roseanne says, does anyone know if hosted or shared streams count toward both streaks? I don't know. I don't know that. Yeah, it's a good question. Which group is serving the best food? Dan the BC Man? I don't know. Do you like pine needles? You like ferns? You're welcome to. Just don't take all of them. You know, the cats want to have some too. But yeah. I'm excited about this. And actually, I'm gonna have a little snack too before we get started. So let's do that. Here, keep an eye on the 3D printer for a second here. There we go. Looking good. Have some mixed nuts here. Good for taking the edge off the hunger. And thank you, Ariaxis. I appreciate that. Just a few minutes left. You excited, everybody? I'm excited. And yeah, this is going to be a lot of fun. So, a number of us scientists on Twitch are getting together to talk about the current state of science on the platform. We're going to discuss plans for what we can do in the coming year to help promote science here on Twitch and elsewhere. We might ask each other some questions, might have some advice to share with one another. It's just going to be kind of a fun hangout time when we get to talk science and science outreach. So I'm excited about it. And who is it with? Asks Andy Aspian. We've got me, Science Streams, Nerduino, hopefully Volcano Doc, and Finite Singularity too. I'm not super familiar with Finite Singularity, but they are a working research scientist, so excited to meet them. It's gonna be great. Yeah, and we will be responding to questions in the chat too, along with some other questions that we've got on like a joint Google document, kind of discussion topics. No, and Volcano Doc's online too? Excellent. Yeah. Good to hear. I think Volcano Doc texted earlier, if that was her number, to say that that she had a surprise meeting all of a sudden. Let's see. I don't know if that makes sense geographically for that phone number, that area code, but it could have been Finite Singularity, actually. But yeah. Anywho. Gravity, I'm glad to hear that Nerduino and Volcano Doc are both online. Excellent. Good to hear. Good to hear. It was Volcano Doc, but she's ready? Glad to hear it. Science Streams. Glad to hear it. Oh, it's kind of... There's so much cat hair in here. I'm gonna get some more water. I'll be right back. There we go. That should help. Make sure their love and their fur. It's true, Chaotic Kitten. It's true. Yeah. Final countdown is going on Science Streams right here. 34, 33, 32, 31. Yeah, I've been looking forward to this for a while. Oh, let me grab my Secret Santa gift that I have too, and black out my my address on it, so as not to dox myself. we go. That should be... just about good enough. Let me just get some tape and put it over there. And I've got plenty of new Sharpies, Ms. Yvette. That's not something I'm in need of, but thank you. What I do need is some better masking tape, because this stuff just keeps tearing. You know when it just won't tear cleanly? That's an issue that I'm running into here. But whoever was my Secret Science Santa has, and I do have an inkling as to who it might be, given the address. They signed it Santasaurus Rex. Truly regal-sounding name. Yeah. And Charlie's Dragon says, I hate it when masking tape tears like that. Yeah, it's not the most fun. Be real careful about how I tear it off like that. Yeah, that's good enough. So it looks like Science Streams is trying to get this to work right now. Here's Balint.
I'm in a little bubble. I'm in a little bubble. How are y'all doing today?
Nice. Let's see.
We're going to be having a science summit today with, oh my goodness, Finite Singularity, Nerduino, Volcano Knock, and Professor Danny M.
I love this setup. This is wonderful. This is really, really cool. Yeah.
Sending out invites to all the beautiful party people. Right meow. Look at that. Look at this beautiful new overlay we've got.
That is beautiful. I really like this.
It's really heckin' cool.
Put some work into this. This is awesome.
Inviting folks. Welcome everybody the heck on in, and Lodoc.
Ari Oxus says, I'm guessing this is pre-recorded or live? It's definitely pre-recorded, Ari Axis. Yeah, I pre-recorded me saying this to you right now, too.
The most powerful builder of all things miniature, of all things breathtaking, of all things...
Anywho, yeah. Ari Axis, yeah. That's just how smart scientists are. They've pre-recorded this. Exactly, Rachidactylus. Yeah, definitely. We definitely know what we're doing more than 10% of the time, for sure. Let's see. You're invited to join Science Streams on stream. Let's see. I'm going to start up my virtual camera. And I'm going to go to Stream Together here. Start streaming together. There we go. Start shared chat. Shared chat is enabled. OBS virtual camera. Virtual camera is on right now. I'm not sure what's going on with this. Let's turn our sound off. And collab scene here. Okay, hang on. I hope I don't have to restart OBS. If I do, then bear with me, everybody. Turn camera on. Confirm. There we go. Mute audio, unmute audio. Collab scene. Okay. And... oh, hang on. Okay, I gotta go click their link, I think. Just a minute. Let me figure this out. Let's see. I gotta scroll up and find... it looks like that invitation has disappeared. I'm gonna refresh the page here. We'll figure this out. Join. There we go. All right. Appear to collab scene. All right, excellent. OBS virtual camera. Confirm. Okay. Confirm. Okay.
All right.
All right, I'm still hearing...
It's not liking me, guys.
I'm hearing
maybe that's it.
Balint's audio here.
Hey, Danny, any audio we good?
I can hear you, Balint. Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Excellent. All right.
Setting up the scene for us here as well.
Excellent.
Okay, there we go.
And share chat moderation. Okay, got it. Excellent.
All right, and our shared chat, it looks like, is working. Good, good, good. Okay, 2 cameras.
Okay. And then how do I do the share chat? Cool. Oh, this is really sick.
Awesome. Good to see you, Volcano Doc.
You guys as well.
Absolutely. I'm glad we could put this together.
Yeah, and it's great to meet you, Finite Singularity. How are you doing?
Yes, it's good to meet you as well. I saw you at TwitchCon, but so many people.
Yeah, I know, right?
It was...
Let's see here. Looks like Nerduino might still be muted.
Okay, there I think that's coming through on stream now.
Nice. Y'all are looking great on my end.
Thanks. I think we might be a little frozen visually on my end.
My OBS is unhappy.
Oh, I am, Danny?
Something just changed and we're looking better now.
Okay. Yeah, it's the beauty of guest star.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, as if one live stream weren't complicated enough.
I know, let's put them all together.
I wonder why the atomic number of 121 for Nerduino.
It is just so choppy on my OBS.
Yeah, it kind of is on mine too. I wonder if it's just if that's on the Twitch end or if that's.
So it's usually on the Twitch end after we go for a couple of minutes without touching anything.
Tradoon.
Nice.
But yeah, it's kind of like voodoo of getting it to work.
Gotcha. Well, I appreciate the patience of all the viewers right now as we figure this out. Things should go more smoothly in the future, but there's always some kind of birthing pains at the outset.
The shared chat's pretty cool.
That is really cool, yeah.
Hi, South Rebel. How are you? My sound is a little quiet.
You sound good to me, Volcano Doc. If anyone does have there are quiet, you can boost up folks' gain. And if you need more of a boost, then we ourselves can boost our gain too. Just let us know.
Oop. Hold on, I'm being told I'm muted in my channel now, because...
I'm good. Okay, thanks, Patrick. I'm gonna get a chair. Come to think of it, I'm gonna put the
someone in.
cocoa down.
Now I'm back. Okay, I got it fixed.
Okay, can you guys hear me now?
We can. Yes.
Finally. I don't know what it is. That Chrome window wouldn't let me change the mic source. It just kept defaulting to some Steam mic that I don't even know what that is. Anyway, good to see you all. How is everybody?
Doing great. It's great to see you too.
Yeah. Everyone's looking good. Welcome in. I even have Science. I even got your camera all fixed up for you so that it's like nicely presented. Nobody can see the rest of your house. It's like
thank you.
Yeah.
Now it's just you're frozen on my end, you beautiful soul.
I assume I'm frozen doing something like ridiculous, like I have my eyes closed, or.
Oh, it's just your logo.
Oh, nice. Okay. Well, you can see me in here though, right? You can see me in the
in there, yeah.
In the guest star.
I just can't see you on the stream yet.
Danny is a little thingy. Anyway, you know what? I'm going in and out. Oh, I see. That's actually might just be me though. I do tend to fade in and out during the day. Well, welcome everybody. Thanks for coming. I appreciate it. I know I was sort of the instigator of this, but everyone's done a ton of work. I figured what we would do to start with is just go around and maybe introduce ourselves and tell everybody what we do. For the people that don't know us, hopefully everyone will drop the follows over to all the collaborators. And yeah, so I don't know who. Science, Twitch ambassador.
No, give me a second. I'm still frozen with you. I'm trying to fix your stream.
You can hear me though, right?
I can hear you, but now I lost Volcano Doc too. So let me give me a second to pull this back on. Sorry, y'all. Growing pains of new systems, right? There's always something. At least I have. Oh, now I have a visual. Look at that. You got your Santa hat on.
I do, and I have my I have my my science appropriate Schrodinger's gift. See, get it?
I love that so much.
All right. Well, while science works on that, fine.
All right.
Oh no, he's back.
We're good. We're good to go. We're good to go on this end.
Good to do it.
All right. So, hi everyone. Welcome on in to the first monthly, biannual, 6-monthly Science Summit featuring Nerduino, the instigator of all this, Volcano Doc, Paleontologizing, Finite Singularity, and us Science Streams. My name is Belent. I'm one half of the science stream team. Lita will be here at some point. She had an emergency with her mother, so she is off taking care of that. But Lita and I are the science team. We're both research scientists with our PhDs in molecular biology, and we do science content here on Twitch every day of the week. And proud to be the first ever, hopefully of many, educational science streamers that are Twitch ambassadors here on Twitch. Welcome on in, everyone. I'll pop it over to our host, Santa Claus, aka Nerduino.
Hey everybody, for those who don't know me, I'm Nerduino, or Ian if you prefer, it doesn't matter. I go by Nerduino on social media. I am an astronomer. I get in trouble for saying former astronomer. I was a professional astronomer in the sense that I got paid for it for a while. I don't get paid for it anymore. I just do it for fun. And I worked at NASA for about 10 years at the Jet Propulsion Lab in Pasadena. I still live in Southern California, and I stream astronomy, space, launches. We talk about science papers. We build some space-based Lego. And I've been lucky enough to be on a couple of panels at TwitchCon and met a bunch of cool people through that. And I'm just excited to be here and share the science love with everybody.
Awesome.
And do I get to nominate who's next? I nominate Danny to go next. Paleontologizing.
All right. Thanks, Nerduino. I apologize for being so blurry right now. I'm trying to figure out exactly what's going wrong because it didn't look like this when I was testing things out this morning. But yeah, my name is Danny Anduza. Paleontologizing is my channel on Twitch. And as the name implies, I'm a paleontologist. I specialize in dinosaurs in particular. That's, my research focus and the focus of my streams. During the summers, I go out and dig up dinosaurs live on stream. And yeah, and then the rest of the year when I'm here in my office, we go over fossil news, new publications, a lot of Q&A, that kind of thing. So I feel extremely fortunate to be able to do this full time. This is actually how I make my living. And yeah, and I'm honored to share the stage with all of you today. So thanks for putting this together, Nerduino. This is great.
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks for being here. Appreciate it.
Yeah. And let's see. I've got finite singularity and volcano doc, right? I wasn't paying as close attention as I should have been. Volcano doc, let's hear from you.
No, Finite's new. Let's hear from him.
Okay, great. Yeah, Finite. Let's hear from you.
So I'm Mark, aka Finite Singularity. I do a lot of programming streaming, so live coding on Twitch. My educational background, I've got a PhD in structural engineering and did a lot of work in the sort of carbon capture and storage field, modeling deep geological storage of CO2. And kind of moved on to do fintech stuff when that whole industry kind of imploded, and then eventually moved on to doing mobile construction logistics apps. So for large construction companies out in the field, things like that, and found I love to teach people how to code. And so I started live streaming on Twitch, helping folks out learning how to code. There's actually been some folks who've come into my stream and started learning how to code and then gone off to do boot camps and schooling and are now, professionally coding, which is just absolutely incredible. And most recently, I've really gotten into visual effects and OBS. So I've started developing a bunch of OBS plugins, and we build kind of cool stuff to show off those various plugins, visual effects and things like that. So it's kind of a gateway into learning how to program. I sucker them in with the fun, crazy stuff, and then they find that they're learning, and then they don't believe it. So.
Very nice. Volcano, why don't you go next? Oh, you're the last one, actually. Go ahead.
Oh, okay. Cool. Well, hi, everybody. I'm Volcano Doc, doctor of volcanoes, as name implies. We're geologists. We're not that, like, sandstone. We're not that complex. Anyway, so I am a professor of mineralogy and volcanology at a university, and yeah, I started streaming on Twitch actually when I was a grad student during the pandemic, trying to figure out a way to teach my classes, and ended up just kind of like recording the lectures and kept streaming after I got my PhD. And chat has just been with me kind of along the way from grad student to postdoc to professor, and seen my research evolve. I've done some of my research live on stream, and I like to do that to give people an idea of what scientific research actually is and what the peer review process is like, and how scientific research that's subject to peer review is really different from I do my own research. Like those are two real big different things, and I think it's so important. And yeah, I will continue to keep doing volcano science on stream. So do a little volcano research, talk about volcanic eruptions, what makes volcanoes erupt. I also do interviews, coffee with a scientist monthly when I can, because being a professor makes you really, really busy, as it turns out. As it turns out. But really appreciate it.
Absolutely, it's my pleasure. My pleasure. I'm glad it worked out, and we'll see. I mean, I guess we'll see if it works out. But so far, it's going great. It only took us about 15 minutes to get the stream together working, which is, I think, a new record. But yeah, Volcano Dog. So actually, maybe you could start. So I thought what we'd do. So for those of you who are just new or wondering what's going to happen, so we have a few topics. We sort of put our heads together or Google Docs together and came up with a couple of topics that we thought would be interesting to talk about. Things that we haven't necessarily talked about before on different panels that we've all been on or different collab streams that we've done. There is a Secret Santa, so everybody, I hope everybody has a gift from Santa, and I don't know. I had nothing to do with it. Huge thanks to my wife, to Dr. Nerdwino, who organized everybody. All I know is who I sent a gift to, and then other than that, it's a mystery. So we'll do that somewhere in the middle, and then yeah, we'll finish up with a couple more discussion topics. If anyone in chat has questions, feel free to pop them up. I don't know if one of the mods or some of the mods could keep track of some of the questions, or kind of chat's moving pretty fast. So if someone could sort of keep track of some of the questions, and we'll try and answer them as we go as well. So yeah, that's the plan. Is anyone else? Is there anything science? Is there anything you wanted to add? Or
I kind of liked Volcano Doc's intro of just how we got started. I think that might be a nice starting point.
Yeah.
How we actually ended up here.
Yeah. Well, why don't you go ahead? Science.
Thanks putting me on the spot here.
Yeah.
So Lita and I were also kind of like how Volcano Doc was coming from the pandemic era. We were both postdocs. We were doing school visits, teaching kids about science. We were even visiting senior centers and doing online visits. And all of a sudden, COVID put a stop to that. So we're like, well, how can we still do outreach? And I got blind rated into Professor Danny Anduza. And Danny, the real life paleontologist teaching people about science on Twitch. And he encouraged us to pursue this. He thought, he had this really beautiful mindset of, if you are in the privileged position of being an educator, right, then we should maybe pursue it a little bit more, maybe teach more people about it and impart that knowledge that we were blessed to be able to have. And so Lita and I started doing similar science content. We started showing off some artwork of science art. We started streaming from the lab and doing various different kinds of live ant cams, and we progressed to doing more and more interactive stuff. I also had a mentor who was very unsupportive of it, who had the whole idea that science is meant to be gate kept and not for everyone. And so that kind of drove me even harder to pursue this. And now we're trying to make this our full-time gig, and to be able to be science communicators and teaching people about our expertise, which is biology. So we're very grateful to be here, and would not be here without Danny. So again, big shout out and thank you to Paleontologizing.
I appreciate you saying that, Belinda.
Nerdwino, I'll throw it over to you. Always, Danny.
Actually, yeah, Paleontologizing is one of the first science. Paleontologizing and Astrocanuck were two of the first people I saw doing science on Twitch. So yeah, huge thanks to Danny for the inspiration. So during the pandemic, I had already left JPL, and I worked in finance for a while, and during the pandemic, ended up staying at home with Mini Nerd, and was watching streams, as I guess most people were, right? There wasn't much there wasn't much going out, so I was watching a lot of people stream. I got into a couple of streams with like into a groove with a couple of different streamers. I was actually watching Warzone mostly. Warzone streamers sort of in the background while I was working, and still do watch a couple. But the community that was there was like, "Oh, you have this background, you should stream." And I was like, "Oh, no one's gonna find that interesting. That's not a thing. I don't think anyone would do that." And they kind of badgered me into it, and I saw Danny and a couple other people discovered there was this whole science Twitch thing happening, and yeah, I ended up just starting. I mean, I had like literally just a little Logitech webcam and no clue what I was doing. Just kind of went live and made it up as I went along, and still pretty much do, as chat will tell you. So fly by the seat of my pants. I don't have the amazing production values of Finite or Science and Danny and Volcano Dog, but yeah, that was how I got started, and it's been like 2.5 years, I guess. I've been an affiliate for 2.5 years now, so yeah. I've been lucky enough to go to a few Twitch cons and meet a bunch of cool people, and yeah, it's great. I love it now. It's really. I wish I had more time. I would stream more, but maybe in the future we'll see. Finite. Why don't you? So you gave us a little bit of your background. Why don't you tell us?
Certainly, yeah. I mean, the way I arrived at streaming, I too was a cast off from the COVID days, but my connection was actually through my oldest son, who started watching like Fortnite streamers, and I was being the dad, going, "Well, I got to see what he's watching here." And as I'm like browsing through, I saw this science and technology category, and went in there, and the first thing I saw was this streamer by the name of Bald Bearded Builder live coding. And I looked at it, I said, live coding, who the heck would want to sit and watch someone code? But I clicked it. And Michael Jolly, Bald Bearded Builder, one of the most fun people I've ever had the pleasure to meet. Just a very, very kind person who communicates extremely well when it comes to software development. And I had an absolute blast watching him, and ended up getting involved in his community, and talked about my experience with teaching and coding, and got a lot of feedback.
Oh, hang on a second, everybody.
I'm interested in your island. It's got nothing to do with oil. I'm a paleontologist.
Look, you don't have time to put dinosaurs in your dinosaur.
Talking with her, decided that it wasn't really the best platform to teach classes on, like officially, which I like, because that
Right, hang on,
means
chat.
that, I
Gonna
get
be
to
right
kind
back.
of be myself and have a better kind of like a different kind of relationship than you can formally with a student when you're a teacher. So I get to have a special relationship with Chad that's have told a lot more scientists about Twitch recently, and hopefully we'll be increasing those numbers even more.
Actually, whilst we're on that subject, do you want to just, and whilst Danny's having some troubles, do you want to just talk a little bit about the AGU thing? Oh, Danny's in full focus. Look at that.
Danny's back.
Full focus.
Yeah, we'll see if it holds. It might get blurry again. My system resources are like, I don't know, this is really draining them for some reason. But yeah, apologies for that.
Sorry, my OBS crashed, so there's that.
Yeah.
Oh god.
And sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt too. Yeah, Volcano Doc, do you want to continue or?
Oh, Volcano Doc, you're muted. Oh no.
Go ahead. No, we were just like kind of transitioning and just because we were waiting for you. Go ahead.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, is it origin story? Is that what this is?
Yeah, the origin story. We need.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah. Normally, I would. Yeah, I would pass things off to previously recorded Danny, but let's see if I remember the spiel myself. Yeah. So I also started here on Twitch during COVID. I was teaching full time when COVID hit, teaching pre-K, doing outdoor ed with a bunch of preschoolers, and it was a ton of fun. And then when COVID hit, we switched to teaching online, which had its challenges. I had to get a mic and a camera and all that stuff. And at that same time, I met Ios, who at the time worked for Twitch. And, you know, she kind of introduced me to the platform, and I asked her, is anybody doing science outreach on Twitch? Because I'd tried to do some science outreach on YouTube before. It was never very successful. She goes, I don't think anybody's doing science on Twitch, but you should check. And I said, well, I will check. You know what? I think I'll try it too. And she went, yeah. And then I did, and it took off. People were really interested in. I'm really lucky in the sense that people are generally pretty interested in dinosaurs. It's an easy sell. It's trying to take all of that and convert it into a streamable format that's really the challenge. And yeah, I guess the rest is history. I've been so like lofty. It's been a ton of fun. I've been really lucky. I'm lucky that people were really interested in fossils. I'm lucky that people listen to me yammer on and on about this, and I'm really lucky to be able to stream live from the field. So I've been doing this since May of 2020, and lots of exciting things planned for the new year too. This past fall, I actually was able to present on my Twitch outreach at the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology meeting, which was really cool, being able to talk to fellow fossil scientists and say, hey, this is the outreach I've been able to do on this live streaming platform, and we've been able to grow this community and fund field work and really try and teach people about the history of life on Earth. And yeah, it's been pretty impactful. So I've been really grateful for all of the support and all of the interest. And again, I'm honored to be here with all of you today.
Awesome, that's so cool. It's cool that we're getting the word out as well to different in different places. I know Danny's been doing that. I know Volcano Dog. Do you want to just talk for a minute or two about that AGU stuff that we all did?
Yeah. So we did a big group poster. A lot of not all of the streamers, but just because can't put that many. There is a limit. But yeah, it was really good. I did put together a poster featuring several of science, paleontologizing, Nerdwino, GeoGem, Rocket Sage, and CosmoQuestX and myself, and showing off different ways that we're trying to do outreach on Twitch and how we can use our streams to increase transparency in science and help people to better understand the scientific process. That's a huge motivator for me in terms of why I'm streaming, really. It was really well received. We met a couple of TikTok scientists as well, so that was really nice to get to make those connections. You guys know D. Kyanite from TikTok. She presented right before us, and so we all got to kind of chat and know each other. And yeah, a lot of people were amazed, absolutely amazed that there was science on Twitch. And so there was two camps of people who came up to ask about it, and I didn't get a single negative comment. At least if they had them, people kept them to themselves. But there was either graduate students, like younger scientists who watch Twitch for video games and were just amazed that, oh, you can do outreach on this, and it's like, heck yeah, man, join us. Or then some of the older scientists doing more traditional outreach. They were really interested in how to use Twitch as a platform. And I know that we've got some other questions on the doc, or topics on the doc kind of that go in line along after that. But yeah, I'm really hopeful that there will soon be more scientists and more opportunities for scientists of all flavors and backgrounds on here, because we all do something different. Even if you lined myself up with 6 other volcano scientists, we would all do very different things. Like, that's just when you get to the PhD level, you're so specialized that everybody has such different points of view that there's room for everybody, you know?
Yeah, for sure. Do you have you mentioned one of the topics that we had on the docket was plans for the next year, and Danny said he had some exciting plans for the new year. So I don't know if people want to talk a little bit about their plans for making their content and science education and outreach more engaging in the next year. But like Finite, do you have any big plans? I know you have a ton of really engaging stuff on your stream already, but you always have something new up your sleeve.
Yeah. Just a lot of new ideas for plugins and things with OBS. It's kind of a unique situation because I get a lot of streamers that come into my stream.
Yeah.
I was just in a stream the other day and they said, Finite, he's your favorite streamer's favorite streamer. Because I get a lot of streamers that come into my stream and then actually get interested in the code behind, how we build the stuff in OBS. But it gives me a really unique ability to mix sort of that math and my love of programming with what people in the streaming community want. And so it's a little bit different from what you all do, because it's not this sort of direct science outreach. I kind of think of it more as like a gateway drug of getting people interested in learning new things, in approaching problems maybe different than they normally would. My background being in engineering, it's different than a science background in that science is problem solving too, but engineering at its core is figuring out how to solve problems, right? And so helping people to kind of stretch how they think about problems. And so I'm trying to come up with some new kind of complex mathematical based plugins to do in the coming year, which I hope will sort of extend that reach a bit. Although I'm getting some feedback from my community.
Oh.
Uh-oh.
Shoot. That's probably a Twitch issue, given that it happened for 3 of us at once.
It could be a Twitch issue, or it could be a we may have just crashed. We may have just crashed Balloon's computer.
Shoot.
I don't know why we're still here though. It's
I don't know either. Yeah.
We completely lost Volcano Doc.
Okay. Can you guys
hear
me?
We can hear you.
Yes,
yeah.
We can hear you.
That's so strange. Everything just popped off and froze, and I couldn't see anything.
Apparently, to run Stream Together, you only need like 128 gigabytes of RAM, two 4090s, and
Woof.
Yeah.
Mine isn't too bad, but my PC is pretty chunky though, and it's still struggles a little bit at times.
Yeah, I was having an issue too, where CPU usage was up to like almost 100%, and now it's down to like 70. So I don't know what's going on.
Yeah.
I think it must be. I think it's in Chrome. I think Chrome doesn't like it. Chrome has
Could
so
be.
many
I'm not, actually
background
not using Chrome,
processes.
so.
Oh.
Chrome can be a real memory hog. Yeah.
So I mean, I guess whilst they're jumping back in, maybe we'll just carry on and we'll let Finite finish when he comes back. But Danny, what do you have lined up for the next year? Obviously, there'll be live digs in the summer again, I'm sure.
Yeah, and possibly earlier than the summer too.
Really?
Yeah. I had a big announcement a couple weeks ago. We're trying to build a new fossil museum in the South Bay, Fremont, California, and we've got an active fossil site there. It's not dinosaurs; it's Pleistocene mammals from the Irvingtonian land mammal age, about 1 million years old. So mammoths and mastodons and ground sloths and saber-toothed cats and all kinds of cool stuff like that. It might be in the next couple months that I'm able to do some live streams from there, and that might be a regular occurrence. Really cool to be able to do something like that so close to home. So stay tuned for that. It's going to be pretty neat. And then planning to do more interviews with other paleontologists and more collaborative stuff like this. And bringing up, getting back into dinosaur deep dives and also some major projects. I'm building some exhibits for that museum, for a small museum in Fremont.
Hey,
Yeah.
Is the mic back?
You're back, yeah, and the camera
now
too.
I'm a hologram. Okay, now all the things are working. So.
Nice. Just today I was assembling a life-size Tyrannosaurus lower jaw. So yeah, 3D printing an entire adult-size, life-size Tyrannosaurus skull for the museum, along with a bunch of other projects. So it's pretty excited about that, and that'll be an ongoing thing for the next few months.
That's amazing. That's a lot of printing.
Oh yeah. It's quite the undertaking for sure. I'm a little bit crazy, I think, for starting it. So yeah, but I'll be darned if I don't finish it. You know? Yeah. Thanks.
Find out. Did you want to finish whatever thought you were having when you got like zapped?
I don't even remember what thought it was.
Oh shoot. Oh, Belinda's back.
Belinda's back, and everyone else just got booted again.
Great. OBS lives at least here.
Oh, maybe it was OBS that was. I don't know. I don't know how Stream Together works. It doesn't go through your OBS directly, right? It's, kind of all
it's
virtual.
a huge data hog, and it just my OBS may have had to use the restroom. Apologies, y'all.
No, welcome back. Danny and I actually stayed, and then the three of you got the boot.
Yeah, there is no one host, so it is no one's fault. It's just
it is what it is.
That sounds like someone whose fault it was would. What they would say.
It sounds like the ambassador who supposedly should have some pull but has none on the tech side of things.
Blame AWS. Yeah, it's totally AWS. Is that? I don't even know if Twitch use AWS for the.
Isn't it a DSN bandwidth kind of thing?
It could be a DSN bandwidth issue. Yeah.
Yeah.
So I don't even remember where I was at, and then the second time I tried to remember, I got booted again. So I'm gonna leave that thought where it was.
Excellent. Okay. So I guess that then you're up, Science. We were just talking about new plans for increasing engagement and what fun stuff we have coming up in the new year.
Yeah, we've got a couple of new things that we're wanting to pursue, like a lot more live experiments. Big catch being more things that folks can do from home to address basic biological principles. So lots of interactive experiments would be a goal for us to be able to do, for folks to be able to do from home. And I may have just lost OBS again. Yeah, there it is. All right, y'all. I think I'm not going to stream. I'll be right back. I'm just going to set up my camera in a different way because this is not worth doing on my end. I'll be right back.
Okay. And then there were three. Okay, so from me in the coming year, I definitely have more collabs lined up. I really enjoy the collabs, and that's something I want to do more of.
I am finishing up the observatory in the backyard, so we'll have live astrophotography on stream, which I've been trying to do for a long time.
Nice.
My setup is kind of heavy, so setting it up and taking it down every time is possible, but it's a lot of work. So hopefully in the new year we'll have that set up. We'll be doing, we'll be doing live, like I said, live astrophotography, but planets as well, the moon, all that kind of stuff. And then hopefully more bigger collabs as well, like this, if we can figure out how to make them not crash, which has been an
It's like in Stream Together. It's not my OBS.
Yeah.
It's in
Yeah.
Stream Together.
So Volcano Doc, what I noticed, I had to actually hit the hang up button and then hit the reconnect that comes up. When I tried to just refresh the Stream Together window, it didn't work. So
Yeah,
it's maybe I
Science
need
is-
to write a
science is-
plug-in.
Maybe they
write
just
a
need to hire you to
strongly
fix
worded
Stream Together. Okay, science is back, and now you see, Finite said a bad thing about Twitch, and all of a sudden his stream just died. I'm just saying, like, coincidence?
I think not.
Hopefully he'll be back. Yeah, so that's the plan. Those are the plans for me, and then there's a couple of other things. I also want to do more in-person stuff, so like IRL and in-person. So I have a bunch of people lined up locally to go chat with about science. I have some friends at Caltech who are doing some interesting radio science. I have some other friends that do other things. I have a friend who's a journalist that writes for Science, a science journalist. And I have a friend who's a winemaker. I'm going to try and hit him up for an IRL stream from the winery.
Nice.
I think that'll be fun. Might have to do a little
invite us.
tasting. Will I invite you on the? Of course, IRL. You can just come along on the stream, But yeah, if you want to come out to California, absolutely, he'd love it. Finite. I'm just saying. We were just saying that you said something like off color about Twitch there and their tech abilities, and you just got zapped. So
I know. I got to really watch what I say. They're listening. Balint, you haven't noticed any giant drones outside your house, have you?
Allegedly.
Everyone tells me that that's a thing, and I have yet to notice it.
They're hiding well from you. Then I would.
I mean, I don't go outside. I work 3 jobs, so I don't really get up from the desk.
It would be hard to see drones from inside. That's for sure.
Yes.
There you go.
You guys want to do the Secret Santa thing before we all crash and never come back?
Sure.
Yeah, that sounds good.
All right. You just want to dive in and all go together, or you want to go one at a time?
One at a time.
Okay. Who's? So
You.
I guess it was my stupid idea. So I will. I'll suffer. All right. So I assume this is it. I have no idea. And I did. Oh, look at this! How cool is that? It's the James Webb Space Telescope in metal.
Oh, neat.
Super cool.
Which I've seen other people on other streams, which I don't remember which streams right now that do this, but there are other streams that build these metal objects. That's super cool. Thank you, Santa. Very kind. No glue required. I have to get some fancy gloves, though, I think, to stop it from...
Do you have to try to guess who the Santa is?
If you want, we could do that. I mean, I'm guessing this was you or Lita, one of the two, because I think you and Lita were separate Santas, right?
It was me.
It was you. Okay.
Nice.
Yeah.
Merry Christmas. You've been
thanks, buddy. I appreciate it. That's so cool.
Communicator.
So cool. We're gonna build this on stream, of course. Thanks, Belinda. I appreciate it.
Well, then, Belinda, you gotta go next since you were
there.
there.
You go.
All right. So this is from Santa. Then Elf told me you might enjoy this. Don't open until the Twitch Science Summit. Oh, that's cool. Now that's something we'll be looking at on screen. Look at that.
Nice.
Oh.
Oh, that is beautiful. The Smithsonian's Microlife. Look at all these images. And oh, there's everyone's favorite. Chat,
Everyone's.
my people need to know that. Where are those Kevin emotes at?
Oh.
I'm gonna go
Aspergillus?
Oh, Plum Tardigrade says they have that book.
I'm gonna go out on a limb and say Volcano Doc.
No.
I don't think so.
Not
I think
me.
it was. I think I was watching the reactions of people when they when you opened it, and 2 people looked surprised and 1 didn't.
It was you.
No, it wasn't.
No. All right. Finite.
You got
Yeah.
me.
Thank you, Finite. After I guess everyone.
Super cool. Super
One of
cool.
my favorite memories from chat, if y'all don't know Finite, is that Finite sent me a picture. They have a big screen TV that like projects onto the wall, and when we do Microscopy Monday, seeing a photo of Mini Singularity pointing at what's on the wall and hanging out and seeing like that ancient amber is just one of the most special memories I've had on Twitch. So Finite, this is a nice full circle kind of
enjoy it.
Thank you
Enjoy
very
it.
much.
So Minnie helped me pick it out. So
Oh, cool. So cool.
Perfect. Thank you. I'll throw it
You're
over
welcome.
to you then. Finite.
Okay. So I too have a bag. Happy holidays from Anonymous. Anonymous.
Oh.
Oh, very cool. A no-pull dog vest harness. I assume for Ollie. I mean, we can also do this right here, and
There he is.
Ollie will definitely enjoy. The no-pull harness, but not as much as I will enjoy him not pulling with the harness. So
We are sure it's for the dog, I suppose, right?
I would hope so. It looks a little small for me, but super. Oh, it has a USB plug.
What?
Huh?
And I think it has is it a light?
Oh, that's cool. So it can illuminate, so you don't have to pick up your poop in the dark.
Yeah, it's got an indicator. Let's see here. What does this say? It's no pull. Yeah, super cool. Super cool. So I am going to guess you said Lita had her own? Was it?
Lita did have her own, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, she does.
Would that would be my guess?
Yep, it is.
Yep,
It was
okay,
Lita.
okay.
Nice.
Super.
She
super
always
cool.
she really likes the Ross codes redeem, and so she's like,
Yes.
all right,
Oh, nice.
Yep.
Super cool.
for puppers we can figure out something cool.
Absolutely, absolutely. And he's actually got a harness that we've used, and it's starting to really fray apart. So it's perfect timing.
There you go.
If it's not the right size Finite, I think there's a gift receipt in there too.
Yep. Yeah. We'll try it on and exchange if necessary. But thank you very much. It'll be a lot of fun.
All right, who's next?
So I had guessed Lita, who's not here. So I'll
Yeah,
go with Volcano Doc.
Okay. Whoops. I'm assuming that this is it because it's the only thing that got sent to my work. And I was gone, so Porch Pirates. So thank you. I appreciate you. Oh, let me mute this real quick.
Wait, we wanted the whole ASMR of the ripping of the. We did post today. I was wrong.
Floating away. Oh my god. Guys, this is a terrible mistake. Okay, things have gone terribly awry. No, there's not even a cat here. It's just me. That's the worst part. I forgot to put the brakes on and the chair rolled away. And then my head plugs got caught in my earrings and I pulled my head down.
Oh.
I don't know how I'm alive, or like how I have a child. I'm sorry. Hang on. I am that one person. Yes. I am that one person, chat. I'm sorry. If Nerdvino hadn't wanted the ASMR.
Oh, it's all my fault? Okay,
It's all
all right.
his fault.
That's fine.
It's all his fault. I'm gonna make sure that my brakes are on. Good lord. Have a volcanic Christmas and an amazing 2025 from Santa. Oh, yay, thank you. Card is in the bottom. Okay, I saw that. Oh, jeez. How many degrees does it take to get into a bed? Good lord. It's like really, really tight, guys. I don't understand. There we go.
Oh, this thing is like wrapped in a half.
It is. If this is a box inside of a box, and you bought it on Amazon.
It's a box
I
of
don't
boxes.
even. I don't have any. Oh my god! I don't have anything to open this with. No.
Use your teeth.
No. Okay. How about Danny or Nerd? Somebody opens the. Let's open Lita's. Well, I get.
I think she's gonna be alone, right?
She should be along in theory, yeah.
Okay.
Okay. Can I have like?
Yeah, you can.
10
Danny, you
seconds?
still
I'm
have to open
so
yours,
sorry.
right?
Yes, he does.
Danny, why don't you go ahead?
All right, great.
Yeah.
Got this right here. It's very lightweight, which is intriguing. Let's
Be a roll of 50s.
It could be, yeah. Yeah, it said from Santosaurus Rex, so
nice.
I'm intrigued.
Okay. See, I don't have an instant knife. I do not have an instant knife. I'm sorry.
Do you want to go first,
Did
or
you guys not see what happened when I tried to just open the package? I shouldn't be allowed access to an instant knife, if we're going to be honest with each other, really.
Actually,
let's see
I'll
here.
be right back. I hear the little one crying, so I'm just gonna go check on her.
Okay. Ooh. So it's something really nicely, thoughtfully bubble wrapped here. It has the appearance of something fragile that's been lovingly wrapped up. We've got more bubble wrap. What could this be? Well, well, well. Quartz on petrified wood, brown coal open pit, Zwickau, Leipzig, Saxony, Germany, 35 million years old.
Whoa.
That is gorgeous. Look at that.
Cool.
Very cool.
Very, very neat. That is awesome. And 35 million years old. Shoot, I don't know my Cenozoic era as well as I should, but I'm going to guess that's Oligocene? Somebody can look it up.
I don't know.
Yeah?
I do Holocene stuff, man.
Yeah. Sounds good to me.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure.
Very, very cool. That is awesome.
That's so
and I can
cool.
put it in my background on stream. It's so sparkly. That is really, really neat. Quartz on petrified wood. Leipzig, Saxony, Germany. I wonder what formation this is. I'm excited to dig into this. And can I take a guess as to who it's from?
I think there's only one person left, but sure.
I hope I've been paying attention. Is it Volcano Doc?
I mean, like, I don't know anybody else who'd find that.
Yeah. This is awesome. Thank you so much. Very, very cool.
Yeah. I think it's brown from the coal pit it was in, too.
Really? It's
Yeah.
beautiful. I mean...
It's Eocene. Okay, thanks, Jody Fish. Yeah.
Very, very
Really
cool.
cool.
Wow. Well, thank
Very
you kindly.
nice.
I really appreciate
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
Happy Christmas.
Awesome.
I've got my box cutter. I'm
Nice.
sorry. I was not prepared to have to cut box open. Oh my goodness, it's so cute! It's a volcano stuffy. This is adorable. Oh my goodness. I have no idea who got this for me, but this is the cutest thing ever.
I guess I gave it away when I said there's only one person
Yeah,
left, because actually there
I
were
was
two
thinking
people
the same
left. It was me. Although I will say I had advice from the girls. They were like, "Oh yeah, this you have to get this."
Thank you. Yeah, no, this is so cute. Oh my gosh, it's really squishy. Perfect. Yes, Mr. Boboclops needs to be retired anyway. I've had him for about 10 years, so. Thank you.
There you go. Astro Canuck, welcome and good to see you. Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome.
That's so cute.
So Berlin, a plushy dinosaur and some quartz. Was it quartz that you got paleontologized?
Oh, it was.
Danny, he left before
yeah.
Danny opened his.
Yeah, it
Oh,
is
so
some
cute.
fossilized wood with little quartz crystals on it from the from the Cenozoic of Germany. Very cool.
All right, I believe we've successfully navigated. Maybe if Lita joins us in a little bit, she can do her Secret Santa when she comes. Otherwise, she can just do it whenever. It's fine.
I can open it for her. It might not be as much of a surprise then.
It's up to you guys. If you want to do that, you can, or you just want to move on.
We might as well do it now, right?
Do it. All right, do it.
Oh, let's have Lita open it.
She's
when she
open.
comes.
Right?
Okay.
Yeah.
I think Lita should open it.
And if not, you guys can just video it and put it on TikTok or YouTube or whatever. It'll be a YouTube short. All right. So thanks for hanging out with us, everybody, for that Secret Santa. We're going to do a little bit more. I don't know how much time people have. I know we've been going for like about an hour. I was thinking we would run as long as people can stick around. So the next thing that we had on the list of stuff to talk about was how does Twitch differ from other kinds of science outreach you've done before, and what do you think are the pluses and minuses of the platform as a platform for science communication? So I think let's see, who was Volcano Doc? You were just at the AGU, so why don't you?
Yeah, I mean, I did drone on for 3 minutes, an hour and 3 minutes about this. So specific question.
Maybe just a summary.
Yeah, no, there's lots of things. The biggest obviously is the chat, the interactivity, because even though and I mean, in and of itself, whether you're on TikTok Live, YouTube Live, or Twitch, that is a big game changer, just having that ability to go back and forth between chat and the person on stream. But like, the biggest thing, in my opinion, that sets Twitch apart is the raid feature, because that's something that's not on any other platform. And when you can build connections and communities, like between communities, like with Science and Thug Shells, right? Like Miss Shells is an incredibly talented rapper and DJ, right? And somebody might tune in to watch her be phenomenal at her word work, but then end up watching Balint pull an ant brain out underneath a microscope in the after that. So this is the only place where I think that there's that opportunity to have people who might not know that Science Twitch exists to find it in a way that isn't possible anywhere else.
Yeah, I think that's a really good point.
Yeah,
for me, that's the biggest thing about it.
What were you gonna say, Danny?
I was gonna agree and try and build on that a little bit. I think the fact that most people probably associate Twitch with video games means that we are not preaching to the choir when we're doing science on Twitch. We're bringing in new people who maybe never realized that they could be interested in science in the first place. And I think that's something that does kind of set Twitch apart. I suppose TikTok might have that too. YouTube Live to a certain extent also. But yeah, being a platform that is synonymous with video games, I think, bringing a science into it is a way to reach new people, a way that I think is pretty special. Yeah.
And I think also kind of piggybacking off of that, I love the organic nature of it. That, when you're teaching formally, you have a very specific plan of what you want to teach and what you need to get in with a certain allotted amount of time. With streaming, it's a whole different ball game because you can, something will come up from chat and you can explore a whole nother area of whatever field you're talking about, or a completely different field, just kind of off the cuff, and everyone, including the streamer, learns new things in doing that, and you don't get that in more, sort of traditional formal learning experiences.
Yeah, 100%. I think the rabbit holes are always the most interesting part, right?
Definitely.
In a form, and in some sense, it's like collaborative, right? It's a collaboration. Whereas, like a formal university setting, there's the professor and there's the students, and there's kind of this power structure, and there's the syllabus that, well, this is what we need to learn. This is how long I have to teach it to you. So this is what we have to do, and I don't really have time to go down rabbit holes. Whereas on Twitch, we're all just kind of learning together to some extent. Yeah, the streamers, we as streamers have some expertise, but often we end up, I end up learning a bunch of stuff that I didn't know, right? Because I mean, as someone said earlier, when you're doing a PhD, you're so super focused. It's crazy. And so there's all kinds of astronomy that I skimmed, but I don't know. And so I get to learn that with chat, and chat gets to learn, and that's just not something that happens in a more formal setting, I think.
Yeah. Well, and I think also just the exchange from chat to the streamer is really unique. It's not so much science education, but when I first started streaming, I was working on a very particular problem on a piece of software I was, struggling with. And someone came into chat and had all these tips on how to use this particular library that I was trying to use. And I'm looking at the name and I'm like, I recognize that name. Where have I seen that name? And after stream, I realized that it was the guy who made that library. And he came
so
back
cool.
into my stream, answered a lot of questions, actually became a mod for me, became a member of the community. And so you get this exchange. It's not a one directional kind of a learning, which is such a neat experience and very fulfilling.
Yeah, and the collaborations. So science, I know you're the king of what's the right word to bringing in different. Like I've met so many cool people through you in different community, like art communities, the music, and I think that is one of the most amazing things. And then what's really cool is that you discover that all these people love science too, right? Or they're interested in dinosaurs or volcanoes or software, gaming, whatever it might be. We share all these sort of passions, and you can connect with those people. So that's obviously, I mean, that's something that you go out of your way to do, I think, right? And that's obviously a part of Twitch that you really enjoy.
I mean, I think we all enjoy something that's not sciencey, right? Like either an escape or just a little bit of extra fun. And I noticed whenever you raid over to someone and they look at what you were up to and you say science and tech, what are you talking about? What is this? What does this mean?
Yeah.
What are you getting at? Happened last night. Like, what is this? And it turned out the person we rated, who's a VTuber who was playing Indiana Jones, is actually an Arabidopsis geneticist and never talked about it because like their community didn't care.
What?
Like, oh, I love
So
genetics.
sad.
Oh no. We've lost him again. He's gone.
No. He's not even streaming, I don't think. No,
I think he stopped his stream to try and, or is he? I thought he was. Oh, there you go.
You're back. Did I come back? The computer is giving up on me, y'all. Even with no stream on our end, it's just giving up on me. I raided over to Volcano.com because it just couldn't handle it anymore. But no, it's like just people are so surprised that this is a category on Twitch. that it's a perfect opportunity to spread that love, because everyone has a memory of liking science. And I say memory because usually it's like, I had this teacher that wasn't encouraging. I had this experience that kind of put me off it. And then all of a sudden, like, wait a minute, I like these other, I used to like it. And then as long as you make it fun, you can pull in more people and pull in a whole new community. I think that's the magic of the raids and these connections. And it's really fun where, we went to TwitchCon and we had so many people recognize us and come up to us who never done a lick of science on stream, but now they're fans of it. And I feel like it's one of our missions is to further that. Yeah.
Yeah. Anything does anyone have anything they'd like to see changed on Twitch or improved to really to help SciComm specifically? I mean, I know we all have like discovery issues and stuff like that, but is there anything I think this collaboration stuff and the combined chat is two of the best things that they've done.
This is really cool. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, it's a little janky, but hopefully it'll get smoother. If not, if Twitch is just perfect as it is.
I mean, like, there's definitely some quality control that could be going down, in term, live earthquake stream guy.
I mean, there's flat Earth channels. There's,
Yeah.
Yeah, that's
in
what
the
I
science
mean.
and technology category.
But at that but to that same token, they have the right to broadcast and have their content, just like we have the right to broadcast and have our content too. So it's a fine line that Twitch has to walk there, and I understand that. But as a scientist, I would prefer to not have that in the science and tech category, because it's not up to snuff. But I also understand that we have freedom of speech and things like that. So
You hope that the viewer is able to snuff out what is from an expert versus what is something off the cuff and nonsense. And that's what is dependent on. Now, it's hard to assume that that's actually going to happen, but there's plenty of people who propagate, conspiracy theories that involve science too, and is doing more damage than good. And you just have to have folks trust in people to be like, wait a minute, there's no real depth to what is being said here. Let me try to find a different answer. And that's what all of our streams, that's what we encourage, right? It's like, not that what any of us say is gospel, but to go at, like, we are your guides in this topic. Ask us questions. If we don't convince you at the end of the day, that's fine. It's meant to be a discussion and not a preaching. And I think that's the beauty of our streams, is that each of us have our respective expertise, and we encourage folks to, to ask questions and really get involved.
Yeah, that's true. And I think the other thing that I try and do is to sort of give people some critical thinking skills, right? Teach them. So doing your own research can be fine, right? As long if you just have to understand what the sources are and be able to discriminate between reliable sources and just nonsense. And that's something that I think we can teach people. We can help people to understand, and then they can ask questions. And like you said, we're just a guide. I mean, we're not. I'm not trying to get anybody through.
I'm not saying there's anything wrong with somebody doing their own research. I just think that the general public misunderstands the difference, and that's my.
That wasn't directed at you. I was just saying, no. I mean, people just like literally, it's kind of a meme now, right? I do my own research. It's kind of it's sort of a synonym for somebody who doesn't know what they're talking about. But it doesn't have to be that way. You can do your own research. You just have to sort of understand, and that's something that you learn in grad school, right? It's like, okay, because there are cranks out there, even in academia, right? We all have fields. We all have people who publish in scientific journals or scientific adjacent journals, and harass people and send people emails. And this is my theory, and the establishment is against me, and all this other stuff. So it's not just limited to like the public. So,
and what I think is sorry, Finite. Just on Nerduino's topic alone is that each one of us put in a lot of work before stream to make sure that we are aware of what we were talking about. Like, y'all, Danny, when you go into his stream and you ask about a fourth connected dino that had nothing to do with the topic, the man's ready, right? Same with Volcano Doc. If you're like, hey, what happens if I pee in a volcano? She has enough experience in both physics and geology to be able to ask that, but only because of A, years of research, and B, she's prepped for 6 hours before the stream. Right? Same with Finite and Nerduino. And it's that background work that I feel like really gives credibility to the science content. It's not just a off the cuff. Like I'm sure all of us could just flip on the stream and off the cuff do, but I know each of us have this feeling of responsibility to make as much be as the best possible guys we can be, and we each hold this high level of standard to each of our streams, and it's really, really visible with each of us. Like, I love Volcano Doc when she takes us you through like how you make a figure in a paper and what went into this figure and what's the background data. It's like that she's clearly expert. She's done the like so much, and the Doc, like, it's incredible, right? Finite, I asked him a question about the OBS shader plugin. He's like, Belen, let me break it down for you. And he's got it. And it's that expertise and that background that goes into the stream that makes it really, really informative. And you can really feel that love and care being put into each of these.
Well, and I also, I think the value and the challenge for all of us is that these scientific fields, these engineering fields, with the whole sort of do your own research thing, they're very, very complex. And, I know that I spent, 8 years in academia working on my craft when it comes to structural engineering and the types of modeling and things that I did. And you can't just sit down with a paper and just learn that. It takes time. And so for us as experts to be able to step in and break it down for someone to make it more understandable, even if it's not all the details, there's so much value in that. But the challenge is a lot of people who have either ulterior motives or a lack of the background knowledge try to do the same. And so the signal to noise ratio can be extremely, extremely high. And so it's, how do I, as a streaming educator, figure out a way to cut through that noise and show the value that I bring in a way that, unfortunately, in the world right now, science has become this like political hot topic, and it adds so much more nonsense into the whole thing. And so trying to figure out how to get past that and educate people, and I think there's nothing more than any of us love more than seeing that light bulb go on for someone. And how do you get there through all of the challenges that we have right now? And there's a lot of them. There are a lot of challenges right now. A lot that weren't there 15 years ago, right? But then we also have this amazing technology to get this out there that wasn't available 15 years ago. And so how do you bring that together? I don't have the answer. I try every day, and sometimes I'm successful and sometimes I'm not, but it's about getting out there and doing it.
Yeah, and that was that what you sort of just talked about was the motivation, was why I started organizing this in the first place, because it was something that I was really passionate about and interested in. And I don't know what the answer is either, but I know that, as you said, like, we have new tools, right? So it's up to us to use those tools to combat some of the misinformation that's out there, and maybe by being transparent and showing people like science in action, like, Volcano Doc's writing papers and Danny's doing posters on stream, and we show people like, this is what science is. It's not like some guy in an ivory tower. It's a lot of, like you just said, right? It's a lot of reading papers. And
So much writing.
I used to dread when my advisor would give me, he'd be like, oh, you need to read this paper. And it wasn't any like my exact area. I would be like, oh no. Because I knew it was going to take me months, because it takes a week to read the paper through properly, right? Then you have to dig into 10 or 15 other papers that are in the references, because you don't know those either. And then eventually, after about 3 or 4 months, maybe you understand half of what the paper's trying to tell you. And it's just like, it's brutal, but that's what it is. And I mean,
in academia, you have that crazy competitive nature too, where everyone around you is just go, go, go. And I know when I started as a graduate student, I looked around and I was like, there's all these incredibly brilliant people here. What the heck am I doing here? Like, and I remember going into meetings with my advisor and he would throw a bunch at me and I would smile and nod the whole way through and walk out of his office and be like, okay, it's going to be an all-nighter just reviewing the notes for what he just said because I didn't understand a thing he said. But you didn't, because of that competitive nature in academia, you didn't feel like you could, you know, be open about that at times. And I think that's another really cool aspect of these communities with streaming is I can say, I don't know. Let's look into it, right? And it's not a bad thing. And I that's one thing I would really hope might rub off onto more traditional science and engineering education is it's good not to know. That's why we're all here, right? And so why is admitting it such a hard thing to do? So
I would argue, in fact, it's the mark of a good scientist.
yeah.
You should always admit when you don't know something and like, oh, that this is how I would answer it, or hey, let's go look it up, rather than try to BS your way out of it.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Yeah, you learn pretty fast in grad school that BSing your way out of it
It's not
going to end well.
Not work.
Yeah.
I think
And also
actually
this-
one of the best
go ahead, Blake.
answers. Well, one of the best answers is to say I don't know, but let's come up with an experiment to test it, right? Because in the audience, we always in our community loves that because then we're going to design an experiment together, and there might already be an answer that exists, but it's the exercise of going through of how to design that experiment and how to get to the answer that's much more valuable than the answer itself, right? I can give you a Google sheet, and that's that has documents of like what's true and what's not fair, but that's not. It's the critical reasoning behind it that's lacking a lot in our education system, I feel, right? And so I know when I first joined Danny's stream and he's talking about evolution, someone comes in and starts heckling him. Well, this isn't real. I love Danny's approach of like, well, let's break down what the data looks like. Like, let me take you through the data and see like this is how we would interpret it. It's not a fighting word. It's just like, here, this is one thing that we can do. You design and we can test these experiments. And the guy at the end was like, paleontologizing, I might not agree, but I appreciate you breaking it down for me. And at the end of the day, that's all.
That's sometimes the best you can do. Yeah.
And it's just like, here is how we think about it. Here is how we got to that point. That's much more important than sometimes it's just like, well, no, this is what it is.
Oh yeah, 100%. We're not here to change people's minds, right? We're just here to give them the information and teach them how to interpret it, and it's up to them, kind of thing. I think that's important. Otherwise, there's plenty of places you can go to fight on Twitch if that's what you're looking for.
Well, and I think again, that's another reason why Twitch is such a wonderful platform for science outreach is that when people come back to our channels day after day, they get to know us. And I don't know, I found that especially with people who aren't trained in science, the way that most people evaluate evidence is based on familiarity with the source. It's like if they can relate to you and if they see the humanity in you and they grow to trust you, then you're much more likely to be able to actually reach them. And this is a great platform for that kind of thing because it humanizes us as scientists. And that's really, really important. I think within academia, we often forget that it's often who is saying the thing rather than what is the thing being said that matters to people. And so I think this is, we're really lucky that we can develop these relationships with viewers over a long period of time and really kind of show the human side of ourselves on Twitch.
And I think that long period of time is like the key there, right?
Yeah.
It's, when people have spent much of their lives for one reason or another thinking in a certain way, it's very similar to going through a PhD program. The time has been put in to change how someone thinks, and it's not going to change overnight. It's, if someone's been thinking this way for 25 years, you're not going to change your mind in a day or a week, a month, or even a year. It takes probably nearly as much time as it took them to get there in the first place. But if you can at least, crack open that door a little bit. That's the hardest thing to do. And
That's
you know,
tr-
I
I
think
hadn't
we've got
thought
a
about that.
unique position to be able to crack that door open.
Yeah, because
Yeah.
true. Because even when you're at university, right, lecturing, you typically only have contact with the same student. I mean, grad school is a little different, but undergrad, it's a semester. You go a few weeks,
Mhm.
and then then you moved on. There's a different bunch of students. Whereas on here, we have long term contact, long term relationships with chat and stuff, and it can really you really have a chance to, as Danny said, show people. You know, so that's a good
I mean,
point.
I never thought I'd see a NASA scientist with a Santa hat on and be best friends with them, but here we are, right? And that's
mean,
like the beauty of it too. Like it's like you have, you know, Nerduino, you have a family, right? You have a onesie behind you that you put on for hype trains, right? Finite, I know about the dogs and the family and the clones, right? We know Volcano Doc's beautiful story, which she shared on a Twitch panel in Las Vegas, right? And all the freeing socks. We know, Danny. We know, right, about your landlords and how they demand money all the time. But like these things that make us smile, it's like it humanizes you, like Finite said, and it's not any different in academia, y'all, where it's like people are already open minded and willing to accept a new idea. It's the same thing. You have to work against the grain to identify and show a new finding. And it's like it much easier if you are also not just a machine, but like you're a person. You've developed this hypothesis. Yes, there's an important part of it, but it's also like, yeah, let's get that human side of things too.
Yeah.
And even in academia, when you come up with something new, you still have to go around and do the conference circuit and talks and try to convince people. And it can take, like, I'm sure Danny has talked many times about how long it took for the KT impactor to become well accepted, you know? So even
Civil
in
engineering
science, not
moves
overnight.
slower than anything. My PhD work was in developing a new structural system for high seismicity zones, and it's a brilliant system. I didn't come up with it. I figured out how to model it, right? And now 20 years later, they are just building the first actual structure that uses it. And it makes sense because when buildings fall down, people die, right? There are real world consequences to these things. So it moves incredibly slow. But at the same time, it can be incredibly frustrating when it's like, will this work ever see the light of day? I don't know. So
Do you guys so one of the other things that was on the list of things to talk about is did you guys have opinions about TikTok, a potential TikTok ban? Is that going to affect your science outreach, or you don't care? Or
There's already some new geologists coming over from TikTok.
to Twitch or to YouTube or
Yeah,
just
Groovy Geologist started streaming on Twitch. She's moved over from TikTok.
Interesting.
Was she TikTok live, or was she making like videos on TikTok? It doesn't. I just curious. Oh my god! Well, you've been found out now.
It is important.
My time is finite. My time is finite. Okay, but like, but
it's a very different medium, right? If you're making just shorts on there, you can design something and plan out something that it's 30 seconds and you put 4 hours of work into it, right? But having a conversation for 4 hours without that buffer of pre-production can be very difficult too, right? It's just two different, very different type of arts. I know for us, we put out the same short on YouTube as well, and if the TikTok goes away, honestly, our metrics on there are not good. So bye-bye, it's fine. But it is hopefully it'll strengthen and bring over experts to a more concentrated area where we can lead. The beautiful feature about here is we have that level of interaction that we can do. Right on TikTok, it's much harder, and they actually dampen the algorithm if you say certain terms. If you mention the word Twitch on there, they will lower your view count if you were live. Right, 100%.
Oh yeah.
Here, I can say TikTok, they're not going to nerf my view count, and so we have this opportunity to make this the forefront of education on the internet because you have access to the experts. So I hope that they do come over, but it is a learning curve, especially going from that short form where you can polish it up pre post production to just that live raw React content without anything, you know, going on in the background and fixing things up. Like, sure, there's the production value, the lights, the cameras, the effects, but at the end of the day, it's really just you and a camera.
Yeah, it's been super interesting with me. Like, I've been doing the shorts now for just over a year, daily, the week daily YouTube short, and it's been a process. My first videos were sort of hostage type, cries for help, and they're definitely a lot better than they used to be. And I've learned a lot, and it is very different to live streaming. But there's a whole other set of skills which I need to split myself into like 3 people. But it's been interesting. I think it's improved my live streaming in some areas as well, doing the videos. So yeah. And I guess on that, on talking about like different mediums and different ways, does anyone have? So one of the questions that we had, one of the suggestions was for anyone thinking about starting live streaming on Twitch, maybe someone who makes videos or someone who is just new to the whole thing and has expertise they want to share or a passion they want to share. Does anyone have advice? Like just don't, or I don't know.
Just
So
do it.
this was. Oh.
I would say just like turn on the camera and do it, and it probably will suck at first. It's hard. It's a hard thing to do, but if you stick with it, you start to build a community, you start to get feedback on it, and it gets better and better and better. And so don't try to get hung up on even it being good to start, but if you don't take the first step, it'll never happen at all.
Yeah, I think I would add to that as well. You said just start the camera. I would say just start whatever camera you've got. Don't go out and buy a bunch of stuff, right? Just stream with what you have. And did anybody here come with an audience already, or did everybody start streaming to nobody when they?
I had
one or 2 people. Yeah, I mean to a like single digit, right? Like
a
couple of people.
I started with about 10 or 15 because I had been pretty involved in bald bearded builders community, and people were asking me to stream because of stuff we were talking about. And so my first time I turned on the stream, I think there were like 8 or 9 people there. So I never had the like streaming to zero. I mean, it stayed that way for 2.5 years, didn't grow at all from there, but at least I didn't have to go through the like streaming to zero viewers thing that a lot of people have. That would be tough. That would be
that really is the biggest hurdle at the beginning, is just getting a few people. I was really lucky in that some of my students and their parents, like preschoolers and their parents, wanted to watch at the beginning, which is how we got started with the whole family friendly thing, and we've stuck with that ever since. The biggest piece of advice that I would give to somebody who's thinking about starting streaming is just find something that's unique about you, something that maybe nobody else is doing, and then just do that. Whatever you're best at, try and share that. But, extra points if it's something that's unique. I feel like that's been the only reason that I've been successful, is that, I'm very, very passionate about vertebrate paleontology, and I found a way to stream that, and nobody else is really doing that at the time. So, yeah.
I think for us, we were lucky in that we were viewers first, and we'd already established a bit of a circle. So I think unless you get really, really lucky, no one is talented enough to grow an audience just as an island, especially on Twitch. The algorithm isn't built for that flavor of discovery. It's built on community building. You have to be comfortable with that idea. You have to be in communities that you enjoy. Early on, establish what makes you comfortable and what rules are you going to follow and build. Do not bend to the will of, if you have 3 people there and one person is making it uncomfortable for everyone else, including you, don't have them around. Get rid of them, right? Build what you want and what your vision is to start with, and it will come, but you have to network, you have to meet people, and stay true to what makes you comfortable and who you are, right? Be unapologetically you. Don't bend and fake it just to get some viewers here and there.
Yeah, for sure. Did we lose the shared chat? I feel like I lost shared
I think we did, yeah, because it was in Valent's thing.
It shouldn't matter. It should be able to be clickable.
I don't know.
Yeah, yoga is the pathfinder for many scientists on Twitch. Astro, that's very true.
There's
Let's
so
see.
many questions in chat. I just now am seeing them.
Oh, if you want to bring up questions from chat, I mean, I'm more than happy to. We can.
Oh no,
I've
I've been like, I just now realized that I didn't have chat, and so I clicked over and I was like, oh god.
Oh yeah. But yeah, I don't know how long you guys want to go for. I mean, that's an hour and a half. I'm streaming tonight anyway, so I'm probably just going to carry on. So I'm just going to be here for a while. So, but if you guys want to carry on chatting here, that's cool. If you guys have stuff to do, I totally understand. We have a bunch of other topics. If chat has questions, be happy to do that.
I've got about a half hour more, and then I've got a lot of inches of snow that I need to remove from my driveway. So, and my plow is not on the front of my tractor yet, so I got to do that too.
Oh man.
Oh. Woof.
Yeah, I'm happy to continue for a little while too, for sure.
Okay, sure.
Yeah.
So the next topic, I don't know if anyone has chat. I don't know if any of the mods have chat questions that they've saved up or noticed. But the next thing that we were talking about was whether someone had put a question about whether category diversification, there's legging, there's Legos, there's coding. Now coding has its own category. Co-working streams, has that improved the quality of content in the science and tech category, or does it not matter, or
I mean, it bumped me out of science and tech, so I don't know but I will say that for coding, it was huge to get our own category.
Yeah.
For live coding, it's been a great change, and we've noticed a much bigger influx of new streamers. Discoverability is actually a little better than absolutely horrible with having our own category. And and then you had things like pirate software taking off like crazy out of the category, and I think some of that may have to do with the fact that we really had our own little home for what we were doing.
Yeah. I haven't noticed much of a change, like with the Lego. Although I like the Lego category because I do stream Lego sometimes, and I go over there, and it is a nice way to meet new people who are more interested in the Lego than the science.
Mhm.
So that's been good. Like the SLS build, we had a few people in the Lego category, but I haven't. I streamed it just chatting the other day. I don't know why. And then I got sussed out because I rated someone's stream, and they were like, "Oh, well, let's see what were you just doing?" And they're like, "Oh, just chatting." I was like, "Yeah."
Gotta remember to change it back. Yeah, I've done the same thing.
Change it back at the end.
Yeah. I've noticed that when I stream in the IRL category, it does seem like I get a lot more new people coming in than when I stream in science and technology. I try and stream in science and technology most of the time just because if I get a big raid or something, I want people to discover that category. I think a lot of us do that, where we really want to help build this community, and because like Balint was saying, there's so many people who don't even realize that category exists. But yeah, it's pretty much just science and technology and IRL that I stream in nowadays. I should really think about diversifying categories a little bit. Maybe that'll be a 2025 thing. But yeah, has anybody else had success in doing that?
Well, I was just thinking what you were saying there. It would actually be kind of neat if you could stream in more than one category, right?
Mm-hmm.
Maybe not like 6, but you can be doing science and technology and IRL at the same time.
Yeah.
You can be doing science and technology and Lego at the same time. If you were showing up in both places, that might be a nice way for people to actually find you. I don't know. Probably the people that only stream Lego wouldn't maybe appreciate the people having more than one, but I don't know. I mean, it might be interesting. Discoverability is so hard.
I have mixed feelings about it for that specific reason, because you can do so many activities that can fall under so many categories, and I didn't even realize that people built Legos on Twitch until I saw like you guys doing it, and that was certainly not in the Lego category, so
these dorks.
It's I know these dorks. I have my own Lego, but I have a build. I'm not allowing myself to build it. When I do, it will be on stream, but I have to submit a paper first. It's my treat to myself. So
nice.
That's a good way to do it.
But I think that I think it's been a double-edged, pros and cons. for many different reasons. I think it's enhanced discoverability for some things, but also kind of reduced it for others.
And it's the benefit of the tags, right? If you can add Lego to the tag. You can be under science and tech, have a Lego tag that helps with the discoverability. Also gets rid of the double issue. I know we do when we go out for like fossil collecting or museum tours, we put it in IRL. We're also part of the IRL Creators Club on Twitch, trying to bring in a new crowd. Otherwise, yeah, if we have front page slot, it's science and tech because the algorithm won't recommend a category to you unless you've seen it. And if you're on that carousel, gosh darn it, someone's going to see science and tech and they're going to get it recommended again. And so I feel like for us, it's our mission to make it visible for everyone in our category that this is a category worth watching.
I also have found being in another category, but really embracing what that other category is, not trying to kind of mix it, has brought me some viewers. One of the things that we did a couple years ago is develop software on stream for skiing telemetry. So I love to downhill ski, and then set up an IRL skiing rig and went skiing with it in the IRL category. And it shows
Very
the
cool.
speed and the altitude and all of that sort of stuff
cool.
on my overlay. And people were coming in going, how'd you do this? Right. And so I'm sitting there on a chairlift. I must have looked like a crazy person talking about coding all this stuff on my stream. And then, later that week, I'm coding again. And some of the people that had found me on IRL came in and started wanting to look at what I was coding. So I think if you can find a way to go into a new category, really embracing what that category is, but in kind of a unique way that is a throwback to what your normal category is, that can start discussion, and that discussion can bring more people into your stream.
Well, if anybody wants to buy me a gimbal for Christmas, I'll be next to a volcano next week.
Very
I'm not
cool.
joking.
Which one?
Hood.
No, he meant which gimbal. He was going to buy you the gimbal.
Oh, I don't know.
Oh, no.
I don't know that stuff. You guys have that. I don't know how to do that. I'm
I
just
meant
a
which
dumb
volcano,
professor,
but
man. I stay in the
yeah.
lab.
No, that sounds really exciting though. Yeah.
I just
Yeah,
had a
that'd be
neat
really cool.
comment in my chat that said, I've found that the informal learning here lends to more retaining the info, as it's also multifaceted input. So it's kind of a neat way to think about what we do too.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Oh, no, it's okay. Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going to say, I think the multimedia aspect of it, right, is like when we talk about something on my stream, I can go bring up pictures on the web. I can bring up animations. We could go find someone else who's maybe has a YouTube video that explains the same thing. People can hear someone else explain it in a different way. There's like all these different things. It's not just like me on a chalkboard writing out equations or whatever. It's very interactive. So yeah, it's
On a chalkboard writing equations.
Yeah, I mean, there are some people that do that.
I think each of the two iPies still does chalk. Yeah, does old school chalk. And of course, I don't think he has chalk boom, but he's
no chalk boom. Okay,
no,
I'll have to talk to him. Get him doing chalk boom.
No, one thing I was going to say about the informal learning was that it is so valuable because I don't know if you guys have ever, or I don't know if you remember back to grad school when you were teaching college, like college courses, how many students like would ever ask curious questions?
Yeah.
Not a lot. That thing is kind of hammered out. The being able to ask off the wall questions is hammered out of you, and you're taught not to do that because it's going to tick off the teacher. And I noticed that because this has been my first semester teaching, and I had a student who would he'd ask these curious questions, but apologize when he was asking them. And I'm like, don't apologize. This is the forum. Where else is the forum? Like, where else will it be if not here? And I think that what Finite said is so important about informal learning, because when people are too afraid to ask their instructors or their teachers questions, they don't have any other experts to ask. And so that's why I think what we do here is so important, is being able to be that expert.
And formal is threatening, right?
Mm-hmm.
For a lot of people, formal is intimidating. It doesn't feel good. And so that informality, it's a huge paradigm shift, I think, in terms of learning.
It's easier
Just
to
how you
learn when you're
approach it.
less stressed out. And when you have the
Absolutely.
prospect of failing with a grade over your head,
Yep.
it's a lot harder.
Yeah, I when I was teaching, I definitely noticed that the best questions and the most engaged students were the ones that came to office hours, right? Because office hours, they actually had a chance in a less formal setting to ask the questions that they wanted to ask without feeling awkward in front of 300 students in the Astronomy 101 lecture hall or whatever. If they even had an opportunity to ask a question in that kind of an environment, and so, yeah, that to me, the streams feel more like office hours than a lecture, you know. I think that's
I even noticed in myself, there were certain, as an engineer, I had to take a lot of math. And there were a lot of math concepts that I did not enjoy, that it was like, kicking and screaming to get through it. And I started doing a lot of software development and finding things where all of a sudden discrete math was important. And I went back and started looking at it, and A, I understood it more because I had a real world example to apply it to, and B, I enjoyed it a heck of a lot more because I had a real world example to apply it to, right? And I think you get a lot of that with streaming too, where it's, something that you might not have enjoyed or found interesting before, you can find this new connection with.
Also, if you're doing it well, you're going to learn better. I feel in this informal setting, you have to be able to be thinking on your feet and being a little bit more willing and able to explain in different ways, which I feel like us as the experts makes you a better expert, right? It makes it so none of us are just clucking back what we are reading off a piece of paper. Like we have questions. I'm like, well, it'll be like a third degree rabbit hole. Well, how does that work? It's like, all right, you know what? Let's just bring up the drawing tablet and draw out this pathway and talk about how these elements work. Because otherwise, I could, in a lecture hall setting that I had, they just were like, no, we're not going on this, and they just went back to whatever the program was. And so, being able to have that ability to think on your feet and explain it a bunch of different ways means you really need to understand it. And so I think that's the beauty of the informal setting and the live stream too. It's like a lecture hall is great, but that's also more of like the YouTube platform, I feel, where you can watch the video of the expert. They're giving you some kind of direct information, and then that's that. Versus here, that's the beauty, is that we're able to explain in multiple different ways. Danny can pull off a 3D print of a fossil and point out all the different facets. Nerduino could show us the models. Volcano.com can show up videos and photos of her in the middle of a volcano and tell you about all these different elements. And right, that uniqueness is what really makes it that you have to be the expert. And Chad is really wise because they're able to pick up on that.
Yeah. Cool. Interesting. There's lots to think about. I'm like quiet because I'm thinking about all this stuff. I love these discussions because there's so much going on, but then I'm like, oh, I hadn't thought about that. It's super cool. And I mean, yeah. What I would like, I just wanted to go back actually to something that someone said earlier about there being so many other great science and tech communicators on Twitch. I mean, the group that we have here is just the group that we put together for this. We weren't trying to exclude anybody. We will hopefully do more of these and have a different crowd of people. We're limited. I thought we were limited to 5, but I guess it's 6 total because you have the host plus 5. So we could have squeezed one more in, but I didn't realize that. But yeah, hopefully in the future, we can bring in we'll mix in some other people. There's just, like you said, there's like, Rocket Sage has been around forever.
You should just do this a monthly. You should just host a monthly thing, Nerduino. Add another thing to your plate. No biggie.
Good enough.
That's Sai
Maybe.
right there.
Yeah, maybe. And once a month would be okay. I think I could just about manage. I could just about manage once a month. It's the actual stream is the easy part, right? It's the wrangling before to get everybody on the same page.
That's a lot of legwork, yeah.
That's what takes the work. And I didn't even have to deal with the Secret Santa, so Dr. Nerd very kindly did that for me. So not that we would need a Secret Santa every stream, fortunately, but yeah, I mean, we'll definitely. I would definitely be interested in doing it more regularly. We could try monthly. I mean, there's so many great creators out there. We could easily fill 5 slots a month.
Mm-hmm.
Minimal quarterly by what's the semi-annual? I'm not good at that.
Semi-annual, yeah.
Is biannual once every 2 years or
Yes,
twice a year?
I always have to remember about Victoria's Secret. That's the only way I know the difference. What? Somebody in chat will agree with me. I know it.
Let me see. I think we might have covered all the topics that we had. Oh, the last one, but we've kind of covered this before, but it was like, does expertise matter in science communication? Why or why not? What's an expert anyway? Does formal training matter? And I think we kind of touched on that several times with in the other different topics that we've talked about.
I've got a question in chat that I think would be fun, or be interesting to answer. So on a scale of 1 to 10, how would each of us rate ourselves in terms of being relatable and engaging with viewers?
Ooh, that's a tough one.
I'm going to guess that so I was going to say this before, when Finite was talking about grad school and how hard it is and how competitive and how smart everyone else seems and how dumb you feel, that the imposter syndrome is very real, right? It doesn't matter what you've done or how successful you are. I think if you're smart, then you realize how smart other people are and how much smarter than you they probably are, right? And so you tend to rate yourself. Like I would give myself on that question a 3, probably, maybe a 4. Like I'm working on it. I'm trying to be better at it, but I really don't feel, you know what I mean? Like I don't. Maybe I'm not the best person to judge myself in this because I kind of. But I think it's hard to. I think science people are hard on themselves, you know.
For a while, I would have felt similar, but then I saw this amazing community that grew up around my stream. Just incredible people that want to hang out, that engage with me. And one day I was kind of feeling down about my stream, and I was talking to Mrs. Singularity about it, and she said, "Look at your community. That's a reflection of what you are doing." And
Yeah.
so that was like this real, like, kind of moment for me where it was like, yeah, communities like this don't just form on their own, and I have played a role in bringing that community together, which has given me a lot of confidence in my ability to be engaging with my viewership. I mean, I'm definitely not a 10. I mean, I know there's people that are way more engaging than what I do, but for my community, I feel like I'm doing a great job. Otherwise, my community wouldn't be what it is.
Yeah, that's a good point.
It is tough to come up with like a number like that, and I was also going to say like 3 or 4 in terms of relatability. I think for me in particular, there is this, I don't know if it's quite imposter syndrome, but here on Twitch, which people think of as a video gaming platform, I don't know anything at all about video games. And so sometimes I wonder if I could do a much better job of being relatable by playing more games or something like that, you know, being kind of more immersed in that culture. But at the same time, you know, like Volcano Doc was saying, we've all got very finite time as people who are often doing active research and trying to get papers published and stuff like that. It's like you can't do everything. So, yeah, I don't know. I hope that people put up with, you know, people are patient with me about that kind of thing, not knowing what the latest game is or understanding a reference that somebody's making in chat or something. And hopefully that's a sign of authenticity, I guess. Hopefully people read it that way. I don't know.
I mean, I think if you think you're a 3, you've lost your mind. And Ariana Celestine just made a good point in chat. She said, "What we should actually, the question we should have rated each other rather than rating ourselves and seeing what the difference is in the perception we have of ourselves versus what other people think." But yeah, I mean, I think your content is incredibly engaging, Danny, and you obviously, you know, as like Finite said, just look at your community. I mean, that tells you everything.
I appreciate that. Thanks.
I think also, Danny, the being honest and not forcing yourself into playing Fallout or something, that you are unapologetically you, is what makes you relatable, right?
I hope so.
It is that honesty. And it's like you're not trying to be someone else, right? That's what's relatable. Like you are, like what you see is what you get, and I feel like that's true with each of us. None of us are faking it. I will tell you, I've met all these beautiful people in person multiple times, and they are who they are on stream. And like when we have tech issues, mistake and all, like that's just who we are, and it's fine. In terms of like how engaging we are, I think I 100% agree with Finite. I think we are all our own worst critics, and that's probably just a facet of academia where you're just having to always prove yourself and fighting against everyone else, that you never think you're good enough, and the imposter syndrome is real. But I'll tell y'all, when we went into the panel 2 years ago at TwitchCon, and that room was packed, and I could almost name every single person in that room across different categories, from makers and crafting to singing to just chatting to coding and science and tech, and I knew all of them. It must mean we're doing something right? And at the end of the day, we're measured by the net positive that we make on the community, and I feel like each one of us have done that.
Yeah. Anything to add? You asked the question, Volcano Dog.
I didn't ask the question. Mark Sons asked the question, man. That was from chat. I hate talking about myself. I really do. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know if I feel relatable or not. I do, but I don't, because I don't know. I'm a scientist, and genuinely that means that I have very specific interests, and I spend all of my time doing that. And that, like, that's part of why I like to do other stuff too. Well, you know, like there's other aspects of me too that you have to grow. And so I try to be relatable, which is hopefully shown through the fact that I can't sit in one spot, you know. If I don't, yeah, like I'm just a klutz. So I guess that's how I try to be relatable. And I think we all suffer from imposter syndrome. I'm just hoping for some reason that you guys keep liking my science, you know.
I think your content's amazing. I mean, I always tune in whenever I see you live.
Oh, thank you. Likewise, dude.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And all the work behind the scenes as well. Like that, all the work you did on that poster was insane for the AGU and stuff. Really appreciate that.
Thanks. I really hope that it reaches a lot of scientists and not scientists. And I really hope that, if anything else, I think that maybe that's why I kind of don't feel like I'm relatable, because I'm a scientist, but I'm also a streamer. I have interests, and I try to be a regular person, okay? I am not trying to be a poofy, formal academic, even though I'm in real life, I do talk weirdly formally. But the long form thing, like Science was saying, you know, being on here, having these conversations for extended periods of time, you can't hide who you are.
Oh yeah.
You can't. It will come out very quickly otherwise,
Absolutely.
you know? And just like, I don't know, but then I also don't feel like I belong as a scientist because I do things like this. And as Balint said earlier, you know, he had a mentor who was very unsupportive of science communication. And to me, that was the real impetus for wanting to tell other scientists about what we do here on Twitch. Because like, when you're a professor, if you guys don't know, not like you guys, but like anybody in chat, if you don't know, when you're a professor, your job is not just to teach. You have to do research. You have, so out of your, we work a 60-hour week minimum. Out of your 60-hour week, 40% of it should be allotted towards teaching. 40% of it should be allotted towards research, and 20% should be allotted towards service, which is like serving on committees, doing science outreach on Twitch, things like that. In reality, it should be like 80% research, 20% teaching, 0% service if you want to get tenure. And so I'm hoping that maybe this is my little step towards changing that, and helping scientists to understand how important talking to people is. I think that there's not enough respect for trying to talk to a person, just a normal person. And scientists need to do more of that. We need to stop expecting people to just understand us and believe us. We need to actually start having conversations. And yeah,
absolutely.
I'm preaching to the choir here.
That's really the whole, one of the big things underlying that, other than just wanting a desire to educate people, is that these people are the ones who decide how much money, and with their votes, they decide how much money gets put into science and how much grant money there is to go around. So scientists who say public outreach is not important, it's a waste of time, that's just like completely self-defeating behavior. Like you won't have a job eventually if you don't do that.
We can't complain about NSF getting cut and people not believing in science and us not being supported by the people in power if we're not out here doing the work.
Well, there's a lot of anti-science outreach going on, so
which is
well, that's true too. Yeah.
Which is why we need to be working even harder.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, sometimes the anti-science outreach is on both sides of the coin.
Yeah.
Right. It is not a political.
It's not a right or
issue.
left thing.
It's an agenda. Right.
Yeah.
You're alienating people, which is what I think the beauty of what we try to do. It doesn't matter what your political background is.
Yep.
We're here to discuss a love of discovery and of science,
mm-hmm.
not alienate one group or the other. Mm-hmm. And that's really important to keep hold of. And that's, like VolcanoDoc is saying, those are the kind of people who need to be doing that outreach, because that's true science outreach. Anti-science outreach is wherever you're trying to alienate one side or the other. Doesn't matter what side. One of them getting alienated, you're already being an anti-science person in my mind.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Bill Nash says, like all these people in New Jersey apparently looking at the sky for the first time in their life. there's things in the sky apparently, when you look up.
As a person who owns a home in New Jersey.
But you can't see the sky from inside your home, that's the trouble.
Well, I'm not allowed out. You're not allowed outside when you work 3 jobs, man.
But no, I think that's a good point too, is that it's way too easy for us sometimes, as people in academia, to kind of laugh at what the general public thinks. What's the latest, panic or craze or whatever. And we've got a golden opportunity to turn this into a teaching moment, and I think all of us here do a really good job of doing that. And it's any chance that we get for breaking down that boundary between science and the general public is one that we should seize. And I think that's something that I'm going to be thinking about a lot in the coming year, and I think everybody else is, especially with all of these forces that are arrayed against science currently. How can we think outside the box and reach new audiences and humanize ourselves and bring science to the people? It's not easy,
Yeah, there was actually a really cool article yesterday. I think I talked about it in my YouTube vid, but it was like a citizen science project. Where they had been it was aurora data, so they'd taken observations from citizen scientists of the aurora, and they had matched that with satellite observations of the electron count and stuff. And it was a serious scientific research paper looking at how that then affected GPS signals. And so but the point it made in the article was that this citizen science projects and getting people involved in the process directly, and using their data and stuff really improves transparency, and people can become involved in the scientific process and actually get a feeling for what's going on. It's not like this mystery black box where some scientist somewhere says X and here's the data, and they're actually gathering the data and helping to do the science. And I think that's I don't know how to. There's a ton of citizen science projects out there, so I don't know how we you know, how we apply that to Twitch, or whether we try and start some kind of a citizen science thing or what. But you know, I don't know what but that was just one thing that I saw recently where I was like, oh, that's actually a really good. The transparency aspect of it is a really good point. You know. Thanks for the raid, Volcano.
You're welcome. I might pop out. I'm just gonna try to do what Balint did, you know, with the pop in and out. But yes.
Cool.
I think. Well, I think Finite said that he also going to build snowmen or something.
Yeah, I've got I'm gonna be up pretty late here plowing, so I should probably peace out here. But hey, this has been absolutely wonderful. I would, you know, Nerduino, if you're doing this again, I would be absolutely honored to take part again if that would ever work out. This has been a lot of fun. It's been really good getting to know you, Volcano Doc, and you, Paleontologizing. You know,
You too.
I haven't been involved much in either of your communities. I think our streaming times are not really synced. This time of night, I'm usually like getting kids to bed and doing all that stuff. So, but it's been really good to meet you both. And Balint, as always, it's wonderful seeing you. And yeah.
It's really
Yeah.
Thanks for
Great
being
to meet
here,
you. Thanks for being here.
Finite, y'all is usually live around 11 a.m. Eastern time. I'm gonna plug him right here. He does the live OBS coding, lots of interactivity, questions available for y'all. So please go follow and go learn from Finite. He's incredible.
Thank you. Well, we'll see y'all next time. It was a lot
Take
of fun.
care, Finite. Thanks for being here.
Yeah, take
Appreciate
care.
it.
Great to meet you.
All right, that's awesome. Yeah, it was great to get Finite in here.
Yeah,
A little different perspective, and yeah, some different people. I mean, it'd be great. So if we could do that more with, you know, maybe a core of people, and then some rotating, some guests coming in and stuff. But yeah, Finite's great. I love his streams. I can't recommend his streams enough as well. Some of his OBS plugin stuff is amazing. Like the production on his stream is spectacular. Like the clones, and it's just.
I have to check that out. That sounds really cool.
Maybe one semester I won't teach at that time.
There's a couple of people I have on in the mornings while I'm making the videos, and he's one of them. It's kind of yeah. But yeah, if you work during the day, you miss Finite for sure. So I don't know if you guys want to wrap it up there, and maybe or carry on, or if there are other questions from chat.
I was wanting to know, do you mind if I plug the survey real quick?
Plug anything?
Yeah, please.
Let me, I'll put it in your chat, in Nerduino's chat. So if you guys...
It's a shame we broke the
Yeah, we broke the shared chat. But it is tiny URL Twitch Sci. This is a survey. It is a real research study, and it is voluntary, 100% voluntary. You do not have to participate. Nobody will ever individually ask you, and you cannot be compensated. But we're trying to understand more about what we're doing. So I've been kind of insinuating to this, but I don't want to bring it up until the end because I don't want to affect things in direction. You know, I'd like to have these organic conversations. But I'm very interested in trying to really figure out how much impact we're having and who we're reaching. And so if you haven't taken it, please do. I really, really do appreciate it. This is going to be my first lead author research study. So I got like real approval by the university and everything. We're going to hopefully submit it for publication next year. Yeah, and then everybody can use the results and see what we can do better, see what's making a really good impact, and, you know, if we can, you know, how we can make a difference, what can we do more to make a difference, things like that. But yeah, I'd really appreciate it, and everybody will be able to benefit from the results. I really do think so.
That's awesome. I'm excited for this. Thank you for putting that together, Volcano Doc. I encourage everybody on my channel, fill out that survey if you can.
Yeah, thank you.
It's good stuff.
Yeah, 100%, guys. If you haven't taken the survey yet, would really appreciate it if you would go do that. That would be awesome. Fine. Thanks for the raid.
Reading twice now.
Yeah, and I'll talk about that a little bit later on my stream as well. I know you sent me the information for the survey, so I'll make sure I plug it. I have the official materials.
You can feel free. You can show the video, but just don't do it when I'm around. I don't like. That's weird. It's weird. It's weird. It's weird.
Figure it out. I'll figure it out. I'll make sure you're not there. It's like Irish John doesn't like it when we watch the trailer for the game when he's around. So.
Yeah.
Of course, we try and do it as much as possible.
He loves that though. I thought.
Yeah, it's like me and the DSM bandwidth video. You know.
Yeah, it's your favorite.
Oh, it is. Yeah. Oh my gosh. All right, guys. Well, I think unless anyone has anything else, that's a solid couple of hours. I really enjoyed the chat and the conversation. I think we covered a lot of ground, as always.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I'll tell the girls it was a big hit.
It's a super big hit.
And yeah, we'll try and do it again. We can try for monthly. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll get all the technical difficulties worked out too.
No, I know.
Oh.
I think it's reasonable. I don't think it's crazy. It just depends on finding enthusiastic people that want to do it right, who will actually show up and sort of participate in the because there's been quite a bit of work that we've been through in the lead up as well. So it's not just like
it's not just quarterly. Yeah,
we can definitely do that. I do have some stuff coming up at the end of January. Unfortunately, Mini Nerd has to go into the hospital for surgery, so quarterly might be good, but we'll see. We'll work on it, and then I'm sure we'll all have some other collabs as well. Science Streams and I have a collab coming up with a horror game of some sort, I believe. So that's charity, all for charity.
For those wondering, we were raising money for charity, and we hit a huge stretch goal because the community really stepped up on all 4 of our streams. Myself, Nerduino, Irish John Games, and BitGamey, and then Twitch came in and donated $1,200 on each of our streams total.
Holy cow!
So we've raised over $3,500 for the American Foundation for Suicide Prevention.
Wow,
that is tremendous.
Charity is still going
Congrats.
on, where each of us are still raising through the month of December. Hit close to home, so we want to make a difference to community members in need.
That's awesome. Yeah.
Yeah, so if anybody needs anything for the end of the year, feel free to hit me up. Otherwise, have a happy holidays.
Have a good Christmas, y'all.
Yeah.
Or whatever you celebrate, if you celebrate.
Yeah. I said something about Festivus the other day, and Belinda was not familiar. I had to explain Festivus for the rest of us.
I still don't know what it is.
It's Festivus for the rest of us.
We can add that to our airing of grievances.
Yeah, I will add that to the top of the list.
Well, thank you so much for putting this together, Nerduino, and everybody else. This has been a ton of fun, and I'm excited to do some more of these. And it feels like the further we got into it, the fewer technical difficulties we had too. So I guess it's just persistence.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And thank you to everybody who's watched. What's that?
I also just gave up.
Oh, well.
Well, I think it's, this is good. We should keep doing these. Like Nerduino said, get a number of different viewpoints, but, not only is it good for, I think people enjoy this, but we're having really good, important conversations between us that I think are really good to have on stream so that other people can be privy to them too.
It's the beauty of having the knock feature and the collabs and the shared chat on Twitch, which some people rally against, but when there's a beautiful test case of what it can be used for and spread knowledge and information here on the platform, and kudos to Twitch for putting it together.
Yep.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
I think this could be a big thing in the future. And people railed against raids when they first came out. I was reading this, this is just another one of those things where if we find a cool use for it like this, it's I think it could be a big feature, something to be.
Remember,
something to be
people
really
railed
happy about.
against evolution too when it started. Look at it now.
Yeah, and Alvarez.
That's not done. We're not. That's not over.
No, but we're moving towards it. We're getting there.
One can hope. Yeah.
All right, guys. Thanks again. Thanks everyone for being here. It's super
Thank
cool.
you.
And we'll see you guys soon.
Have a good
All
night,
right.
y'all.
All right. Good
Night.
Yeah. All right. Well, there we go. I'm gigantic all of a sudden. Zoom the camera out there. And, I don't know how the shared chat thing fell apart, but really appreciate all of your viewership, everybody. Thanks for sticking with us through those technical difficulties and everything, and, yeah, apologies for not being able to answer specific questions in chat, too. I did see them, just didn't want to, like, interrupt the flow of our joint discussion there. Let's set that back up there. But yeah, I'm gonna go eat some dinner. Let's find somebody to raid into here real quick. And, I'll be streaming again tomorrow. Special Friday stream tomorrow, so I hope you can tune into that. I don't know when it's going to be starting. Probably a little bit later. But I'm doing a collaboration with iOS tomorrow. And for once, I'm going to be playing a video game. Oh, this isn't right now, shoot. But yeah, video game stream with iOS. So we'll be starting a stream tomorrow, maybe going for about an hour, and then I'll be raiding into iOS to help her out with her partner push. And oh, hello, Mini Pie. So that's gonna be a ton of fun. I hope you'll join me for that. So yeah, I think it's been a couple years maybe since or almost a year since I've played a game on stream. So if you want to see that, tune in tomorrow. That being said, let's see who else is live on Twitch right now. Whom can we raid into? Not nor do we know, we were just there. Let's go say hello to... What's, California Burbs up to? It's a little quiet there. Let's go right into Verity. I feel like it's been a while since we've said hello to her. I met her at TwitchCon, and she was really cool. So let's step outside the science bounds a little bit. And, she's playing a game called Star Citizen. A space science adjacent game, I suppose. Oop. Raid. Verity. It's Mini Pie, what's your tail? Raid. Verity, there we go. Thank you, everybody, for your attention today, for your questions. Whoop. There's an Archaeopteryx for our Thursday BIRDSday stream there, to run our credits over. Thank you, everybody, for everything today. Your questions, your enthusiasm, your financial support. Moderators, thank you for all of your hard work. Yeah, this is not the last stream of the week. We're streaming again tomorrow, which I'm very excited about. So big thanks to everybody showing up here in the credits. And, all right, Mini Pie, I'll give you your properly due attention in just a few minutes. But, yeah. What time tomorrow? I'm not entirely sure, Lenina. I'm guessing probably around 4 p.m. California time, so about 3 hours after I normally start. I don't want to exhaust myself with a full-length stream before I go do a video game with iOS, so it'll be a little bit later. We'll figure it out. Anyway, everybody, thank you for being here today. And before the timer runs out, let's go right into Verity. I'll see you there. Take care, everybody. Bye-bye.